Chair Alcott, we are live and ready to begin.
Okay, I'll just wait till I see everyone else in the screen. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Waiting on Councillor Fitzgerald. Maybe
The
now.
host needs to let me in. They're always blocking my video, man.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, well that. There we go. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, hello, everybody. I would like to call this meeting to order and welcome everyone to the hearing. The meeting is being held electronically in accordance with Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001. The procedures for the meeting are as per the town's procedural bylaw and the electronic meeting protocol during emergencies. And I'd like to confirm that we do have actually everyone present today, so that's great. And with that, I'd like to start by saying I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. So with that, I do have an agenda moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Weave. It is recommended that the Planning Committee agenda dated May 12th, 2021 be hereby adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favor? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, there we go. Then I will move right along to the public meeting portion of our meeting today, which is, I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend zoning bylaw 2008-66P pursuant to section 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure of the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or their representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting the applications before us. Committee will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentations. Once the public meeting is concluded, the input received and proposed amendments will be considered by committee and council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address, and please note the presentations are limited to 10 minutes. Please also be informed that an appellant must provide an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to the passage of the zoning bylaw. Otherwise, the local planning appeal tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a zoning bylaw, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed zoning bylaw. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. And to start, we will now deal with application number Z34-2020 and S2020-08, Rayville Developments. And with that, I'm turning it over to you, Jim Diamond. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the public and members of the committee. My name is Jim Diamond. I'm assisting the town of Huntsville with this planning application, given the heavy demand on staff resources at this time. I will be presenting a report with a recommendation. I have a slideshow to provide some background information for the members of the public. And in that slideshow, I'm going to go through the background related to the application, the purpose and effect of the application, and the location of it. site characteristics. I'll talk a little bit about the official plan and zoning bylaw. And then Richard Clark is going to take over the slide presentation so that I can pay closer attention to the staff report and provide you with additional details related to the consultation process, comments from the circulated agencies, and finally what our recommendations are. So I understand that Richard has to give me authority to share my screen. And I will do that as soon as we sort out the technology. There we go. The first slide is showing the locations of the lands that are affected by the applications. I will note there are two applications. One is an application to amend the zoning bylaw related to the property. The second application is an application to the District of Muskoka to revise the existing approved plan of subdivision that's on the property itself. And I'll speak to that in a fair bit of detail as I go through the presentation. The blacked out area on the screen shows the location of the lands located just off Muskoka Road 3 North. It fronts on Woodstream Drive. The first phase of the development is shown. It's not blacked out, but it's there now. And the road goes down now to Muskoka Road 3, just a little bit north of where Hibbard Lane is. So I think it's fairly easy to understand where the property is. This is an air photo that was taken a couple of years ago, and on the air photo you can see the ongoing development of phase 1 of the subdivision plan, which is in place and constructed now. At the time the air photo was done, the property was forested. It has now been cleared to prepare it for development. And when I tell you that, I'll also tell you that it does have draft plan approval already and zoning already on the property. The new owners of the property who bought the property from Huntsville Haven have come up with a different plan of subdivision design for it. And I'll say from the outset, it's a much better plan for the property. And the applications that are before the committee and public today reflect the changes that are needed to the existing draft plan approval and the current zoning on the property. To help understand that a little bit, this is a clip of the current zoning bylaw for the town of Huntsville. And the property is shown as the last colored portion of the property, if you can see my pointer in this area here. And the existing zoning that's on the property is shown. Even the road pattern from that development is shown on the existing zoning bylaw. It's interesting, it also shows up on the Ontario basic mapping for the approval. So when we deal with this application, we have to consider the fact that it's already approved for a plan of subdivision. It's already zoned for a plan of subdivision. And what the proposal reflects is a reconsideration for how that subdivision is going to be laid out, and then the necessary zoning to implement those changes. As I said, the district is the approval authority for the plan of subdivision. The town of Huntsville provides comments as a commenting authority to the District of Muskoka. However, council in the town of Huntsville is responsible for the zoning. So I'll try to explain a little bit as clearly as I can the changes to the plan. I've got both plans shown on the screen now. The one that's clear is also the newer one. And to my left on the screen is the existing draft plan approval. So when Rayville Developments purchased the property, they revisited the plan, and I've done a couple of animations to explain what changes they've made to the plan. And I know that Celeste Phillips will speak after me, and if I miss anything, Celeste, I trust you will point it out. These blocks within the existing plan are set aside for townhouses, multiple residential developments. They're located at the western end of the property, and as you can see where it is. The revised plan takes those townhouses primarily and moves them to the center portion of the new plan, so that those townhouses are located centrally and they're surrounded by single detached homes in the current plan. There's other lots that were proposed in the areas I've shown in light green for residential purposes. The lots to the southerly end, and there's also a block of townhomes in there. The block at the southerly end is now proposed to be converted to open space, as well as the 4 residential lots on Woodstream Drive will be converted to 2 other areas of open space, a small parkette and an open space block located next to Woodstream Drive, adjacent to where the townhouses are proposed. Finally, the 3 lots that are located at the north end of the existing plan are converted to an open space block, which leads then to the block, I think it's block 12, that was acquired by the town of Huntsville for open space in the first phase of development. So the objective here is to provide sort of a continuous system of open space through the development, move the higher density development to the central part of the property. And the other aspect about the subdivision development that's much improved is the previous subdivision plan had a road going down to Hibbard Road as the secondary access. There is now a proposal, and the road is rough graded already to connect to Muskoka Road 3 as shown on the proposed draft plan with the arrows. So it provides better access to the entire development from a district road and has much less impact on the residents on Hibbard Road from accepting the traffic that goes through that area. So in order to implement those changes in the plan of subdivision, it's necessary to shift the zoning on the property that is provided. And in doing that, I haven't been as clever in terms of shading things in and moving them around because it's rather difficult to do. But the existing plan, for example, this block was zoned R4 with a holding provision. These blocks are zoned R3 for townhomes. The R4 disappears, and the R3 is located in the central portion of the property. I noted the open space blocks where there were residential zones located in this part of the plan and this part of the plan. They have now converted to open space to provide for the parkland that we talked about. And again, the road pattern has changed from the original road pattern provided to go down to Hibbard Road to be a second road pattern going out to Muskoka Road number 3. So that describes the proposal and the location. If I can move forward, and I think, Richard, I stopped sharing at this point, and you take over, and I have to figure out how to do that. Or have you taken over? Excellent, thank you. I wanted to just talk briefly about the process that we have been through in looking at the application. There were a number of reports that were filed in support of the proposal. The applicants filed a traffic impact study, reviewed the environmental impact study, and provided a preliminary engineering report. I can say the district is, we just received a copy actually of the district peer review of the EIS that has some comments in it. We have received comments on the stormwater management plan, and the traffic impact study is being reviewed. As indicated in the staff report very quickly, kind of glanced over some of the details related to the official plan for both the town of Huntsville and the district of Muskoka. And part of that is because, as I noted, the development is already approved as a plan of subdivision. So the land is designated residential. It's intended to be designated for residential. The policies in the official plan talk about the need to establish a range of housing and different densities within the development and encourage intensification. There are a number of policies in your official plan that talk about a road and open space system that is connected and encourages active transportation and recreational opportunities. And I think when we look at the slides, the subdivision has some detail of that in. I will talk to you about some draft plan conditions that will ensure that. The district official plan designates the property again as an urban center, and essentially a lot of the policies in the district official plan are also included in your official plan. And we also have to always consider what the provincial policy statement is. And of course, the provincial policy statement encourages more efficient use of infrastructure in urban areas, a range and mix of housing, and provision of parkland, as well as environmental management to ensure that the development occurs in a manner which is sustainable and has minimal impact on the environment. We have in our report a draft zoning bylaw, and perhaps now's the time for me to admit that I provided Richard with not an updated schedule. I'll explain that as I talk about comments. Looking at the slide before you, I've tried to describe in simple terms what the proposed changes to the zoning are. So not just this zone changes from R3 to R2 and vice versa, or R4 to R3. The developer is also proposing a number of exceptions to the residential zones. They include increasing the height from 9 meters to 11, reducing the front yard from 7 meters to 6 meters to the garage and 4.5 meters to the dwelling. That's a very nice zoning provision, by the way, to make sure you don't have garages sticking out beyond the front face of the house. Reducing the rear yard from 10 meters to 7.5, except where there's existing provisions for a larger rear yard. There's a couple exceptions in the bylaw already that provide for greater setbacks from top of bank of the stream and other natural areas, which would be carried forward in the new bylaw. Reduce the side yard from 1.5 to 1.2. That's what the building code requires, and that's what most municipalities require. And also increasing lot coverage from 35 to 50%. So Richard, just leave that slide up if we can, and I'll just talk about the comments. None of the commenting agencies have had any concerns, although I'll say that Operations and Protective Services had a number of comments about the plan of subdivision, and we worked through with that department and the developers consultants to look at how the plan is actually put together and where the parkland is laid out. And so the comments in the staff report reflect what Operations and Protective Services had said. Following that, as I said, we worked through a number of issues with the applicant, and as a result, the subdivision changed a little bit, and some of the open space areas were moved, and we've also provided some conditions of draft plan approval. So I know that when the agenda first went out, the zoning schedule didn't reflect the revised plan of subdivision. I apologize for that, but the schedule in this report and circulated to committee is the corrected schedule based on that. The District of Muskoka has indicated that they would like a little more time to review the outstanding matters in the peer review, and have suggested that committee defer a decision on the application. We talked to the district about that, and that's one of the reasons why we have a holding provision in the proposed zoning bylaw, so that a number of the district issues would be addressed before the hold would be lifted off of the applications. District School Board has no objections or concern, and we've gone through a number of the policy options which seem to, well, I say will support the application. I will say that a number of comments have been received in the application, including Alan Henkelman, Jessica Nowick, and Alex Foster, who have indicated that they have concerns about the density of development, the number of homes, and the introduction of townhomes to this area. And also we've got letters in support from Bruce Cassie, the former owner of the property, and of course the Earls Road development folks have written a letter. The Earls Road letter is basically in support, but says there needs to be better coordination between the timing of development, the timing of land dedication, roads, and the servicing provisions. So the letters of objection are included in the staff report. Richard, if we could just flip to the next slide. As indicated in the staff report, it's recommended that the committee approve the bylaw subject to final approval by council, and at that time we will attach the correct exception numbers to it. It's rather difficult at this stage to do that. But the report also recommends that the town provide specific recommendations to the District of Muskoka related to the draft plan conditions. And I've included a couple of the draft plan conditions in this presentation. One is that the traffic study be updated at phase 2 to determine the needs for improvement to Muskoka Road 3 North. The traffic report said, we're doing a traffic study in the middle of a COVID lockdown. It's rather difficult to confirm what will happen. And it's a district road. The district's in agreement that that traffic study should be updated at some stage, and phase 2 seemed like the logical place to do that. The plan shows a number of blocks to be dedicated to the town for park purposes. I recommended that the agreement provide that the dedication of parks and development will be part of the subdivision agreement. And in addition, the large block, block 138, that is part of the open space, be dedicated, or sorry, block 138 for stormwater and trail purposes. And also put a provision in the conditions saying that the pond will be cleaned out before it's dedicated to the municipality. Many municipalities accept the stormwater management pond after the development's done, and then they're into a $30,000 to $60,000 bill to clean the sediment out of the stormwater pond. So that's an important condition. Next is that the block 136 be dedicated for open space purposes, and that the subdivision agreement include the provision for a pedestrian and cycling trail through these lands, kind of like the trail shown in the drawing, so that those provisions of your official plan related to a trail system and pedestrian access be worked out. And finally, the biologist verify in writing with the district that the plan incorporates the recommendations of the environmental study by Beacon and subsequent peer reviews. So with that brief overview, it's recommended that the committee approve the draft plan of the draft zoning bylaw subject to approval by council, and that those recommended draft plan conditions be forwarded to the district as the town's comment on the plan of subdivision. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jim. Quite thorough. I would like to call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative to provide any additional comments at this time.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address the committee.
Jim, may I ask that, can you put your mute on while we go? That's great. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair Stone, I do have a hand that's going up, and there it is. So please note, during the transition, your panel may be momentarily interrupted. Once you've been added to the meeting, your video will appear in the committee member panel. Please have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on before you begin speaking, and please do confirm your name and mailing address.
Hello, Chair Elcock and members of council, town staff, and members of the public. Hopefully you can hear me and see my presentation. Thumbs up. Good. So I am Celeste Phillips. I'm a land use planning consultant, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the owner of the property, and that is Rayville Developments Woodstream Inc. I'm hoping not to repeat anything that Jim has already covered. He's done a very thorough job, so I'll just touch on some points that I wanted to make. And I will advise that the owner of the property, Andrew Kidd, as well as representatives from Devon Lee, are part of this meeting today and are listening in. So the development, as Jim has described, you know where it's located. I don't need to go into any details other than to say that it is an area of about 19.7 hectares, which is about 49 acres. And the purpose of the meeting, as you know, is to consider a revision to what was known as the Huntsville Haven Plan of Subdivision, and to pass a corresponding implementing a zoning bylaw. So this is a closer view of the property, and I think it's important that I state at the outset that based on the comments that have been submitted that I've reviewed, that there seems to be a little bit of confusion about the number of units that are proposed. So I thought I would just highlight that as part of my presentation. So the Huntsville Haven Plan of Subdivision was draft approved with 260 units, and that 260 units did include townhouses. And the revised plan being proposed for what is now known as Woodstream will be a total of 225 units. So it's actually 35 fewer units that are being proposed now. And as Jim mentioned, there were a number of technical studies that were submitted as part of the Huntsville Haven draft approved plan of subdivision, but we were asked to update a couple of those reports. So the environmental impact study that was done was updated, and a species at risk survey was included, and that was submitted for review. In addition, there's the servicing and stormwater management that has been done, and then a traffic impact study. In addition to that, I submitted a planning justification report, and these studies all conclude that the application for this proposed development will meet all the applicable requirements of the province, the town, and the district. So just to highlight this extract from the District of Muskoka official plan. So this is the district plan. The property is shown here with the blue asterisk. And as you can see, the lands are located within the urban center. And this is an extract from your own Huntsville official plan. Again, the property is outlined in red and the underlying designation is residential. So there's no requirement to amend your official plan in order for this development to proceed. We're speaking to you today about change only in zoning and in the subdivision design, but not any change to the official plan. This slide shows the existing subdivision plan that was approved as Huntsville Haven. And you can see here the two lighter shades of yellow represent the single detached dwellings that were approved. The darker shade of yellow represents the townhouses that were part of this plan of subdivision. And I know there has been some correspondence filed about confusion about the original plan did not have townhouses, but in fact it did. So there were a couple of blocks here and the one block further down in the southwest. And then this larger block was proposed and approved as block townhouses. And in addition to this, the green area represents the open space blocks and the stormwater management. And you'll see, as Jim has mentioned, the Huntsville Haven plan had this road connection to Hibbard Road. So when Devon Lee purchased the property, one of the first challenges was that this road is difficult to construct from an ecological perspective as well as from a grading perspective. So they looked to see if there was an alternative to this access road that would resolve those concerns about ecology, environment, and grading, but also would be a roadway that wouldn't involve traffic exiting and entering the subdivision from Hibbard Road. So the construction, the alternative roadway that was found was to purchase a lot on Muskoka Road 3, which I will show you in the next slide. So this is the subdivision that we're talking about today. You can see that the road connection has disappeared here. The residential lotting on either side of that road has now been converted to open space lands. And the secondary access now is to Muskoka Road number 3 through the purchase of a lot here. And this would have an entrance feature. So there will no longer be traffic coming in and out of Hibbard Road in this location. And as I mentioned, this plan reduces the total number of units from 260 to 225, so a decrease of 35 units. There is a slight increase in the total number of townhouses. The Huntsville Haven plan had 74 townhouses, including block townhouses. This plan shows 85, so an increase in 11 units, but we do not have any of the block townhouses. What's proposes all of the in this center area are street townhouses. So of significance in looking at the community connections is the amount of parkland that is now going to be provided to the municipality. So as part of the first phase on Woodstream, this 10-acre block was dedicated to the municipality. And that constituted the entire parkland dedication for the entire property. So although that parkland dedication was already given to the municipality, the Woodstream plan proposes to add another 10 acres of open space and parklands to the community. So that would be, of course, this area in the southwest, these two small park blocks here and here, as well as an access into the environmental area here. The development will be on full municipal services, sanitary sewer, and municipal water. Future road connections we're showing to the north and to the west. And the zoning that Jim has gone through with you reflects the type of zoning that is the housing that was developed in Brookside Crossing and Settlers Ridge. So it's not new zoning to the municipality, it's zoning that has been implemented elsewhere in the municipality. And then before leaving the slide, I did want to just speak briefly to the comments that you have received. I know Jim spoke to you about the peer review of the environmental work. I wanted to just reiterate that that environmental work was done back at the time that Huntsville Haven was approved. And the work that Woodstream did was an update to that report. And that was submitted to the district 5 months ago, back before Christmas. The comments were received earlier this week on Monday, and Devon Lee's consultant has had a chance to look at those comments. And it looks to us anyway that a number of the comments that have been raised were already dealt with at the time of the Huntsville Haven approval. The development footprint is staying the same, with the exception that where once residential lots were proposed, now is being converted to open space. And as Jim has mentioned, there will be a holding provision on the zoning in any event to ensure that the district is satisfied with that reporting before that hold is lifted. There were a couple of comments from the public. Mr. Hankelman expressed concerns about the increase in the number of units, traffic congestion, the availability of space at schools, adequate infrastructure, snow storage, and townhouses near to phase one. I think Mr. Henkelman understood that the number of lots were increasing when in fact they are decreasing. And as I mentioned, the number of townhouses are staying about the same. The relocated access in this location, I believe, will resolve the concerns about traffic congestion. And regardless, there is a requirement to update the traffic study after the second phase of development. And insofar as the capacity of schools and the adequacy of infrastructure, just a reminder that these are less units than originally contemplated, so I don't believe those issues are relevant. Regarding snow storage, I have discussed this with the owner, Mr. Andrew Kidd, and he has not received complaints about snow storage for any of his other projects in Huntsville. And then Mr. Henkelman's final comment was concerned that residents on existing Woodstream might have with townhouses to be located here. And I would note that this area has now been changed so that there is a parkette located here and that the townhouses are further down. Ms. Nowak, she filed a letter as well expressing concern about townhouses. Again, just a reminder, there were already townhouses in the original approval. So although there's a slight increase in the number of townhouses, there is an overall decrease in the total number of units. There was a strong letter of support from Mr. Tassi. And then I just received within the last hour correspondence from Mr. DeFreitas representing the landowner to the west. And I can advise that the Woodstream property certainly will be developed in accordance with the draft approval conditions. The roads and the parkland will be dedicated as the town requires, and certainly are satisfied with the conditions as written. And the final slide is sideways on this one, but Woodstream is located at the top here. So this is the phase 1 of the property. Phase 2 would be this portion in the lighter yellow, which allows for that road connection to Muskoka Road 3. And then the final phase would be in the darker color. So in closing, it's my opinion that the plan as revised is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the district and the town official plans, and represents good planning. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I can't tell you how much I miss being in Huntsville today. Thank you.
It's a really nice day here. I hate to tell you so. Thank you very much for your presentation. If we're going to ask you to go on mute, if that's okay. And at this point, I will ask if there are any members from the public who would like to provide a comment or speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address committee.
Samantha, I just noticed Julie had her hand up. I don't know if I missed something, Julie?
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, that was my error. I was just clicking to move something.
Okay, sorry.
My apologies.
Okay. All right, sorry, Sam, I interrupted you to do that, so.
No problem at all. I do see 2 hands raised. Would you like me to move them in one at a time, Chair, or?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Unless
so
they're together, but if they're 2 separate, then. But whatever works for you, Sam. If it's easier to move them in together, that's fine.
Okay, I will move them in together then. So as a reminder, please ensure that you have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and please do confirm your name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Okay, so the first one I'm seeing is Wayne Simpson, and followed by John Gallagher. And so we'll start with you, Wayne. And John, if you could turn your mute on, that would be great.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members and public in attendance. I representing Earls Road Development, the owner of the property to the west. And a letter was sent in by the owner, Greg DeFreitas, just before noon today. We apologize for that late submission, but we believe that council can, planning committee can, as a result of today's meeting, we can be quite satisfied with what the committee will do. We have no objections against on the draft plan of subdivision in terms of the zoning as well. We think it's an excellent plan. Really like the new access location off of Muskoka Road 3 and the ability to sustain that large parkland block on the south side is one property, one contiguous block of land. So that's very good. My client has no objection to the zoning bylaw, not opposed to it in any way, shape, or form. And in terms of the draft plan approval, we only have some comments with respect to the recommended conditions. And so we would ask that the committee defer commenting to the district, recommending its conditions and to the district to allow for further consideration on 3 particular matters. The first is the timing and dedication of the road, the collector road. And as Celeste showed, there is a road, and Jim showed it as well. Basically, there's a road. Woodstream will extend to the west to terminate at the boundary of the Earls Road development. But in phase 2 of the proposed draft plan, only a section of Woodstream would be proposed to be extended at that time. And we think because the roadway is shown on the official plan as a collector road, the municipality should be assured, and everybody should be assured, that that road can be constructed. And so we would ask that the council seek to have the lands, sort of the extension of Woodstream and what is now shown as, I think, is block 140 on the draft plan, dedicated to the municipality as part of phase 2, as opposed to phase 3, because there's quite a bit of development that's proposed in phase 2. I believe it's about 127 units or something like that. So just to have the assurance that this future road can be constructed, then we believe the municipality should have control of the lands on which the road will be situated. And my client will be seeking approval for a draft plan that would connect to that, of course. Secondly, there is a high degree of sensitivity in terms of Gypsy Whale Creek, and we appreciate again, the redesign of the subdivision to maintain that larger block as an integral property. And because of it abuts the other subdivision, the Earls Road subdivision, we would like to have the municipality ask that that block be dedicated to the municipality in the first instance, again, as part of phase 2. That will allow better coordination and integration of any sort of land uses and of the two properties, the Earls Road subdivision and the Woodstream subdivision in that particular area, including such things as possible trails or other features. And finally, the last thing would be the water sewer capacity, and I appreciate Celeste's comments that the subdivision, the total number of units in the subdivision has been reduced with the revised plan from Devon Lee, and that's good to hear. But the district has repeatedly commented about the concerns about the adequacy of servicing in the north end of Huntsville, the sewer and water capacity, booster stations for water. It's quoted in the functional servicing report for Woodstream that there is an area of where the water pressure is inadequate. I mean, it has to be boosted in some way, shape, or form, probably at the reservoir. And we know that there are some bottlenecks in the sanitary system offsite as well. And so we appreciate that Woodstream development is basically picking up for where Huntsville Haven was approved. But we would like to see the district or Woodstream be required to do hydraulic modeling for the area, as opposed to just continually modeling it on a development by development basis. We'd like to see how this development, revised development, how the Greystone development, how the Vista development, and the Earls Road development, how they'll all play together in terms of servicing issues, principally offsite issues in terms of the larger systems. And so we would like to see the town use the occasion of this draft approval as something to encourage that action, whether it's on part of the district itself or if it's an obligation that's being placed on the Woodstream development itself. But those are the three concerns we would like to have addressed. Those would be issues that would be addressed through the conditions of site plan approval. And so again, to give the town an opportunity to consider those and for the district to factor those in as part of its deliberations, we would just ask that the recommendation of approval of the draft plan and the recommended conditions of draft plan approval be deferred by the planning committee, but that the committee proceed with the zoning amendment. And we thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that, Wayne. I don't want you to go, but I would like you to turn your mute off and your video, but stay in. And when we go to committee, there might be questions. So at this point, I will ask John, if you're ready to.
Thank you. John P. Gallagher, 24 Hibbard Road. I'm here as a property owner first and a planner second. My wife and I have reviewed the proposal for the redevelopment of the Huntsville Haven subdivision, and we fully support the application. We think that parkland dedicated to the municipality in that location that can tie into the lands to the west is a good idea. We also think that the new entrance onto 11B or Muskoka Road 3 makes the most sense given the hierarchy of the road there and our local road being exactly what it is, a quiet dead-end street. I've spoken with others on the street and they're also pleased that the subdivision won't be accessing Hibberd Road. And that was all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you for that. That was, thank you. All right. Before I turn it over to committee, I'm just going to one last question. Sorry, Celeste. I just want to see if there is another member of the public. Just we'll do one last call.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address the committee. And Chair Alcott, I can confirm there is one additional hand raised, so I will move that person into the meeting now. As a reminder, please ensure you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on, and please do confirm your name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Hey, I see Alex. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair Alcock, members of the council, and members of the public. I am Alex Forster. Address is 42 Woodstream Drive. One of the things I want to touch on, and one of the reasons that we are against this proposal would just be the fact that, so it sounds like as we've been going through some of these conversations, it's been kind of taken as granted that there were townhomes approved, and that was common knowledge to everybody ahead of time. And apologies if this is not the right forum to air this in, but we and other folks, neighbors that we've talked to, were frankly not aware of any townhomes when we were getting into the Woodstream development. We were actually told other things, that they would all be single detached. There was no mention of townhomes whatsoever, even when asked about. And so all of this came as quite a surprise. On top of that, we actually found out about this proposed change and everything from our neighbors. We didn't receive anything in the mail. We didn't receive email, anything like that. All of our contact information is on record. So luckily we have good relationships with our neighbors, but we had to hear by word of mouth from them. So again, had we not heard, we would have no idea that this was even happening today. That also leaves some concerns in terms of whether other members of Woodstream, people that have, bought land and haven't moved in yet, some of the lots haven't even started development, whether or not they have been informed of this and they have had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their concerns as well. And just, we've been hearing different stories as well from different folks about what the original plan was and what the new proposed plans were. So we heard, and I believe it's on the official planning committee website, that the original plan only accounted for 15 townhomes. And I believe that was like probably the original plan. And then as Celeste pointed out in hers, there was in that orange block that got added and approved for townhouse development as well. But again, none of that was made apparent to us. We came in here thinking it would be all single townhomes, single detached homes, similar to the likes of Settlers Ridge. And that had been confirmed verbally. On top of that, there are still billboards up around town and advertisements that don't mention any of this. And again, maybe that's a bit premature given that nothing's been approved. But so we just asked that, given all that information, given that we felt like information was withheld from us, it didn't allow us to make an informed decision. Had we known this coming into before we signed any paperwork, we would have maybe changed the lot we picked or done something else entirely. So we felt like we didn't get the opportunity to make an informed decision, hence, which is why we are against this again. And it's just all news to us, and we had to find out from neighbors. So I would just ask, how would anybody else feel being in the situation where you felt like, and I'd like to first and foremost state that we're very happy with our home. Every interaction we've had with Devonlea has been positive. So we have no complaints from that front. We've been very happy up until this was kind of sprung on us. So that's just a bit of background in terms of where we're coming from, why, So even though the plan is technically decreasing the number of townhomes from what was approved, in our mind, there were no townhomes. So it was all very surprising. So I just wanted to add some context. And yeah, that's my part.
Okay, very much appreciated, Alex. And I hope you're okay if I call you Alex.
Absolutely.
And your comments are certainly noted, and I will follow up with our planning staff to respond to a couple of the comments that you've made. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. And last call to Celeste. You have your hand up, and are you okay if I just make one more call to the public? And all right, good. One last call, since we did have one more, so I'll do it again.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address the committee.
Alex, if you wouldn't mind turning your video off, that would be great. Thank you.
Chair Alcott, I can confirm there are no additional hands raised.
Oops. Okay, thank you. So with that, Celeste, I will ask, you had your hand up for a while. Would you like to say something before I go to the committee for questions? And
Chair Alcock, I just was going to respond very briefly to the comments that were raised today, if that's okay.
okay, sure.
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly, first of all, to Mr. Simpson's comments. He had 3 comments. The first about the timing of the dedication of Woodstream Drive extended and the open space block in the southwest part of the plan. Those were his first 2 comments. And certainly Devon Lee is in your hands in terms of when you would like the dedication of the Woodstream extension, as well as the open space block. So we have no objection to whatever council decides with regard to that. I do have some concerns about the water sewer capacity issue that has been raised, and the notion that Devon Lee might get involved in hydrological modeling. So we're comfortable with the draft approval conditions as drafted, remembering, of course, that the development of this property is well ahead of the lands, surrounding lands. These lands have been draft approved for 10 years. So we're far ahead in the process, have draft approval, and certainly wouldn't want to get involved in an exercise of hydrologic modeling. With respect to Mr. Gallagher's comments, thank you for your vote of support. And regarding Mr. Forster, I understand your frustration that you weren't aware of the townhomes located or to be located in this subdivision. The lands have been designated and zoned for a long time, and the zoning is in place for both block and street facing townhouses. So I sympathize with your concerns, but I do advise that due diligence would have shown that those lands have been zoned for a long time. And then your final point regarding notification, I do know that signposting on the property was done in accordance with the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you for that, Celeste. That's helpful. So with that, though, I do have a motion before me, and I'm going to read it. It's moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that Planning Committee approve zoning bylaw amendment Z34 2020 HT, attachments number 2 and number 3 to this report, and that Council recommend to the District of Muskoka that draft plan of subdivision amendment application S 2020-8 be approved, conditional on the conditions as listed in attachment 8 to the report. So with that, I will ask committee. I can see Councillor Weeb's hand is up for comments or questions. Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. So there are a lot of information shared today so far. The one thing I was wondering about is access to the development site. Is it, would it be, with the new access coming off Muskoka Road 3, would that be the only access point for all the construction vehicles? Or would they also be using Woodstream as part of this, part of the construction?
Great question. Shall I ask Celeste or Jim? Celeste?
The new access is to be the focus of where construction equipment would be entering and exiting the property. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be some on Woodstream Drive, but the intent is that new access would be the major construction access to the property.
For phase one.
Actually, phase one is the part that's already registered. So it would be
Right.
the phase one of the new area, which is phase two. Yeah.
Councillor Weep, you good? Okay, while you're thinking, I will ask Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. Just a comment, actually, and it was around the third concern that Mr. Simpson raised. And I just wanted to let committee know that I know the district has a master servicing study going to the Operations Public Works Department next week. So they are going to be undertaking that master servicing. So if there's any issues there, they'll be identifying those soon enough.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. This has to do with the snow removal aspect of it. Did we have a report from Public Works at all? Do they have any issues with snow this year in that area?
I believe that, oh, okay, Mayor Terziano. Yes.
Just because I don't see Director Hernan here, and I actually called and asked him that question when I saw that, and talked to him about I'm drawing a blank, the other Devonlea homes where the townhomes are on the other side down Chaffee, and they haven't had difficulties with snow removal. They do it in a different format than they would do larger, wider street subdivisions and where there's more room to put snow. But he assured me that it's not a concern of theirs.
And thank you for that, Mayor Terziano. Are there any other questions? If I may, I just on the, I really liked the updated plan around active transportation and parkland dedication. And my question is to you, Celeste. I noticed that the big parcel of parkland is taking place in phase 3. And so how fast is phase 1, 2, 3? How fast is that rolling out?
Chair Alcock, I guess that depends on the success of the sales, but I can tell you that on behalf of Devonlea, they're quite content to dedicate that block to you at an earlier time if it's something that you would like at the outset.
That's really helpful, because my fear is, and everybody, you and other professionals know this, that often developments are approved and the important features like parkland are left to the very end. And so from my perspective, one of the concerns we've heard from actually another councillor around our table was, we've got all of this development, and I quite like the revision from the old plan to the new. I like the mix where the townhomes have been located, all of that. But I think it's absolutely critical that we are ensuring that our parks and open space and trails are equally important, and that we are ensuring that we are getting that part done. So from my perspective, I think that that needs to move up if possible. I don't know how that would be done once we approve this, but I think that's really important, a very important feature. And I notice Jim Diamond's hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to that issue as well as Mr. Simpson's issues. And I think it will be obvious to all of us attending that Devonlea is quite anxious to move forward with this development proposal. And that means that they'll be quite anxious to move forward with the subdivision agreement. And certainly You've heard from the representative of the developer that they don't have a problem with dedicating the land earlier. The timing of dedication is a matter to be dealt with in the subdivision agreement, not necessarily the draft plan conditions. And I've listened and heard and will work with the town to make sure that those wishes are met. The other thing I just wanted to say about Chair Alcock's comment about the parkland, one of the conditions that we've recommended to you, I don't know if it's common in Huntsville, it's not common in a lot of other municipalities. Our condition says that the parkland has to be developed when it's handed over to you. So you're not going to be sitting there with blocks of land and people saying, well, you took that as parkland, what are you going to do with it? Our condition talks about the lands being developed when dedicated, so they'll be ready when they're needed and before.
I thank you for that, Jim. And I actually did notice there was a comment, I think, in your note about that. So I just, it was important that I emphasize the significance, and I really do appreciate that comment. Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I'm wondering if we can speak to, or if our staff can speak to this, the idea of connecting the various blocks, because we have the idea of a future collector road that connects with Woodstream and it connects to the neighboring development. But how can we be assured that this doesn't turn into, well, that's your road, that's none of my business, this is our road, or we're going to do things separately? Like what's going to be in place to say these will mesh well in the future?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's what your official plan says. And so when the Earls Road development comes to back to the municipality with any hope for discussions about what will and will not work, you have the supporting documentation already in place to say that that should happen.
Thank you for that, and thank you for that question. All right, seeing I don't think there are any other questions or comments. Quick speak now, but forever hold your peace.
Sorry,
with
Chair,
that,
Chair
yep.
or Alcott, if I may, I did see another hand raised. I do believe it is one of the agents. I wanted to make you aware. I'm not sure if you wanted to hear those additional comments, or I just wanted you to be aware that that has.
Is the hand still raised?
It is still raised, yes.
All right.
Okay, thank you. So I have moved them into the meeting now. As a reminder, please have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and please confirm your name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Oh, it's the applicant. Thank you. Sorry. I suppose I should have asked Celeste. I know you made reference to the fact that the applicant was here, but I didn't allow the applicant the opportunity to speak. I just went on.
That's okay. First of all, so my name is Andrew Kidd, the owner of Devonley Homes in Rayville, Woodstream. First of all, I wanted to thank the mayor and members of council and planning, all of town staff, actually. It's been absolutely wonderful working in Huntsville, and we look forward to a long continued relationship with the town of Huntsville and the district. Just wanted to comment on the parks. I just wanted to go back when we did Settlers Ridge. We actually pre-built the park and had it all in place primarily before most of the residents moved in. And we're actually going to build the park in Brookside Crossing this spring so that it's fully complete. And I had a conversation with Director Hernan, and I indicated to him that I would be fully prepared to build the parks and create the open spaces at the absolute earliest opportunity. But to me, they're vital. They add value to the community right from the get-go. They're there from the beginning so that all of the residents can use them from the beginning. And I also should point out in Settlers, we actually fully funded the park ourselves, and in Brookside Crossing, something that we worked out with Kirsten. And I mentioned to Stephen that we would be more than happy to cooperate. And so I just wanted to point that out. And again, thank council for their time, staff, and let you know that we are committed to Huntsville. And I live in Huntsville and certainly enjoy working here. And we are proud of the things we've been doing, and we want to continue to do that. So thank you.
Okay, I very much appreciate those comments, and especially around the feedback on the parkland. And you remind me of you're right, the history of your previous development. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I did read the motion. I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Celeste.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
So with that, I am going to go to the next file, and that's Z03 2021 HT Snyder and Bruinsma. I think that's the next one up. Then it's Richard. You are up.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just going to share my screen. So I'm wondering if you could see my slides. Perfect.
Yes, yes, we can. Sorry.
So once again, thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, the subject property is located at 1 Gull Island in Mary Lake. The lot is designated waterfront in the official plan and is zoned shoreline residential 4. As you can see, the property is an island and it's currently vacant. Gull Island is approximately 0.39 hectares in area with a perimeter of 250 meters and a frontage of 103 meters on Mary Lake. The island is oval shaped and slopes gently upwards towards its center. The proposal is to construct a single detached dwelling with attached decks, a private cabin, and a boathouse with dock. And the cabin would be located on the north side. The dwelling is central, and there is a septic system planned on the south portion. And we do have some statistics to share. The zoning relief that is being requested in this instance would be to reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 17 meters. And you can see a line showing 17 meters that's been included on this site plan. To allow a septic system leaching bed within 30 meters of the shoreline for an enhanced treatment system only. And that is due to the location of the septic system within 30 meters of the high water mark associated with Mary Lake. And to allow a private cabin on a lot less than 0.4 hectares in an area located closer to the shoreline than the principal use. And again, that is here. According to the policies of the official plan, the development, shoreline development on islands is restricted. And it's only permitted where the island is greater than 0.4 hectares in area. The physical and natural characteristics, shape, and size of the island make it suitable for the development to proceed. The long-term provision of private individual on-site septic services and individual on-site sewage services, water and sewage services is demonstrated to be feasible. The setback requirements, design principles, and water quality protection and enhancement standards of the official plan are satisfied, and visual impact of development will be minimized through maintenance or restoration of vegetation around or at the shoreline. In this instance, the size criterion of 0.4 hectares and the requirement to maintain setbacks are not satisfied. And the nature of the zoning relief being sought is directly attributable to the constrained nature of the island, given its size and shape. Supporting technical materials were submitted to satisfactorily demonstrate how the development of the scale proposed could appropriately occur on an undersized island in consideration of the remaining criteria. However, size and setbacks are being deviated from. To address natural constraints, on and adjacent to the island, including type 2 fish habitat, cold water lakes, and lake trout habitat. A water quality opinion letter was prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions and in support of the application to justify the reduced setbacks that are being proposed. In this letter, the author notes the modest scale of the development proposed and states that the development plan provided gives the best chance possible to prevent impacts to water quality in Mary Lake. The author also notes the various measures that will be implemented to help mitigate impacts on water quality, such as maintenance of a 15-meter naturally vegetated shoreline around the island, incorporation of rain gardens around the dwelling, and the proposed inclusion of an enhanced septic treatment system consisting of a Waterloo biofilter. Additionally, the report makes recommendations for additional measures to help mitigate potential water quality impacts, including clear delineation of vegetation protection areas on the island during the period of construction, maintenance of trees in the sand layer associated with the septic system where feasible, and access for construction within the shoreline activity area. Access for construction occurring within the shoreline activity area only. These site photos were provided by the Mary Lake Association, and I asked their permission to share them with you. And they illustrate what the island looks like today. And I think you can see from these photos that it is quite rugged in terms of the terrain and consists of a lot of exposed bedrock. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and to the Mary Lake Association. Several letters of objection were received following the publication of the agenda, and these were all circulated to the committee for consideration. Additionally, the Mary Lake Association provided preliminary comments in response to our notice, as well as additional comments following publication of the report. These comments were also provided to the committee for consideration yesterday. District staff provided comments which are appended to the report as attachment number 4. And they indicate that district staff would not be opposed to the approval of this application, provided appropriate development control techniques are used to address the recommendations of the above noted studies. So that would be the water quality study and a septic study. The application does not conform to the town official plan policies as they relate to shoreline development. Therefore, staff are recommending that the application be denied. I should note that Chris Nagy, our chief building official, is also in attendance today and can provide some additional information for you from staff with respect to the septic system. And I believe he's able to do that now. And then following that, we can answer any questions you may have. So over
Thank
to
you for that. Thanks, Richard. And Chris, I noticed you're now on screen, so you'd like to add comments with respect to the report.
If I can, Chair Alcock.
Yep.
Yeah, so I know that a lot of the concerns were brought up voicing around the septic entity. I just wanted to bring up, the OBC requirements as well as some official plan requirements. So the OBC, as Richard pointed out and through the pictures, the island is consistent of bedrock. That being said, the Ontario Building Code does require that the septic system be built a minimum of 900 or 3 feet above the bedrock. The design of the system does take in consideration the bedrock and the requirements as per the building code is the septic system needs to be a minimum of 15 meters plus the height of the system away from any water features around the island itself. The building code does support the allowance of a tertiary system, which has been noted under this proposal. And a tertiary system does reduce suspended solids and CBBOs, which enhance the breakdown of ammonia, nitrogen before dispersing it into the native soils. In respect to the OP compliance, it does speak that if a tertiary system is located where soils do not naturally have sulfurous retention, that those soils be brought in, which again is suggested through the proposal of this application. And also that if a septic system is located within 30 meters, that a treatment system or tertiary system be used. So in our opinion, from the building department, as far as the septic system, it is meeting building code and the OP requirements. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that, Chris. So at this point, I will call upon the applicant or their representative to provide any additional comments.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address the committee. Chair Alcott, I can confirm we do have one hand raised. So I will bring them into the meeting now. As a reminder, please have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on before you begin speaking. And please do confirm your name and mailing address.
Thank you. So, I see Mr. Gallagher.
We are. John P. Gallagher, this time planner, 24 Hibbard Road, Huntsville, P1H, 1C9. Also standing by and watching are the owners of the subject properties, Al Shaw from Riverstone Environmental and Mike Gooch from Cottage Country Environmental that reviewed the septic for this property. We have reviewed Richard's report and seen the letters of objection, and we would ask that this meeting be treated as a public meeting. We're not in the rush for a decision. So if committee wants to defer their decision at the end of this, we have no objection to that. We can use this as a fact finding because there seems to be a fair bit of misinformation coming in about the proposal and the development for the lands. Richard explained the application. My clients have purchased the property. It is a residential lot, and as such, it is a separate parcel, and they have been paying taxes on it as a building lot. Further, under your zoning bylaw, the lands are zoned SR4. When you review SR4, the description is this: existing lots, 20 meters setback. And under the principal uses, it does allow for a single detached dwelling on the lands. You refer to table 5.3.4 with respect to lot area, and under the SR4, it states A. And when you look at A, the footnote says, as existed on the date of the passing of this bylaw, but not less than the requirements of 3.3. And 3.3 speaks to about 14,500 square feet lot area. So we have an existing legal lot here, and similar to the arguments that were made on the Earl application that went to LPAT on square feet, we've tried to come up with a plan that best suits the lot and protects the environment. And so I was retained by Mr. Brunsma and Ms. Snyder, and brought in the professionals that the town staff had asked us to provide to support the application. Under the current zoning, they could build a 2-story narrow cottage in the middle of the lot, meeting the setbacks under the zone. That could happen. We've tried to come in with a plan that is more low profile. It's a 1-story dwelling. As you could see on the site plan that was submitted, we've identified in hatching the area of encroachment of the between the 20-meter and the 17-meter setback. We've tried to keep the location in a central part of the lot such that from the northwest corner and the southwest corner, the dwelling is actually more than 30 meters from either side. It's just the narrowness of the island requires us to seek a reduction in the setback. Cottage is modest at 1,800 square feet and a 284 square foot deck. And the purpose of keeping in the central location was try to retain as much vegetation as possible. And that's the approach we went looking into this. We want to treat this as an example of how development should occur on our lakes, not on some of these cottages that have clear cut their waterfront right down to the water. The plan also is including the dock and the boathouse accessory structures, again, permitted under the bylaw, and they'll be below the 5% requirement. The coverage of the site in the SR4 is under 5%. The last exception had to do with the septic system, and as any lot that has development capabilities, when there's issues of depth or constraints, the town does allow for tertiary treatment systems, and these tertiary treatments were specifically put into the official plan and have been used in the past where setbacks can't be met. And so in that regard, we hired Cottage Country Environmental. I'll let Mike Gooch speak to that aspect further along here. I'm just going to try and stay focused on just the development itself. The proposal, as designed, it strongly supports blending the dwelling into the natural landscape. The use of a 1-story versus 2 keeps the profile low. As we've heard in meetings before, the 15-meter shoreline buffer can be retained on the lot. This was even identified in the Mary Lake Association, the importance of the 15-meter buffer. The building mass is what the zoning contemplates in keeping coverage below the requirements of the bylaw and meeting those regulations. As well, the massing and location of the shoreline activity area and boathouse would also meet the criteria established in the zoning bylaw. There would be no impacts to adjacent lands, as this is an island, and any island is more than 400 feet away from the subject property. The owner is also coming out with recommendations from the biologist incorporating rain garden trenches for the roof runoff, which again is a method that's been accepted by Huntsville Council numerous times and was recently done this morning on an application on Fairy Lake. I think the most important thing to realize is that that 15-meter buffer is the most important aspect that we need to keep natural, and that's why we've located the building in the spot that we did. And this will be protected, as you're well aware. The site plan would have to be registered on title, implementing the recommendations of both the septic and the environmental report. The building is lessened by having it 1-story, and around the island there is no type 1 fish habitat. Only a small portion of the full linear frontage would have a dock and boathouse. As a condition of approval of a lesser setback under the policy with the septic. The tertiary system is proposed. That system will be 20 meters from the water, and it's been designed and reviewed by your CBO, and his comments have just been put on the record there, and it appears that there weren't any issues around that. The island has continued for many years as a existing lot capable of obtaining a building permit. The town had specifically zoned the land for residential use and identified it as an existing lot. The owners are not creating a new lot. This zoning is very similar to a minor variance, as the setback needs to be reduced to 17 meters to accommodate a one-story dwelling versus a two. The shape of the island and the placement of the dwelling make it suitable given the long length of the island. The building is set back more than 20 meters on either end. And in that regard, there was an area that had the most potential for development that was actually a cleared area on the southeast side. And my client wanted to push it back further out of view, so it wasn't as great of an impact. The application is also consistent with the provincial policy statements by allowing proper use of the existing infrastructure, provides employment opportunities and housing, and it meets the servicing statements while protecting the environment. There is only type 2 habitat adjacent to the island, and it's well above the flood elevation for Mary Lake. New dwelling, boathouse bunkie, would meet the current OBC and fire code in its construction, and it takes advantage of an existing lot that has been used for a significant amount of time. With respect to the zoning, as I've walked you through, it's our opinion that the zoning on the site, this application conforms and has development rights afforded it. And similar to the Earl file, where the question of lot size was raised, even though the rural policies say you need 2.5 acres on that existing lot, it was only supposed to be 14,500 square feet, and the LPAT approved a 10,000 square foot lot, provided the other regulations were met with respect to the septic. I think it'd be best to hear from Al Shaw just on his approach, and then Mike Gooch, and then I think the owner wanted to say a few words. So I'll be glad to answer any questions at the end, should you have any. And again, further to my first point, we would have no objection to deferring this and just using this as an information gathering meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So is Al next?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do see Mr. Shaw's hand raised, so with your permission, I'll bring him into the meeting.
Yep. Yes, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, you're on.
Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, Council, and our committee and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this file. I guess the advantage of going third is that everybody's said most of the things that I was going to touch on. So I'll be brief because I could cross off most of the things I was going to say. Excuse me. As noted by Mr. Gallagher, I was retained to look over the development application that was being put forward and really make sure that the plan was doing everything that it could in order to minimize potential impacts on water quality in Mary Lake. And really those potential impacts were related to either sediment erosion or nutrient movement from the septic system from the development into the lake, particularly phosphorus. And as Mr. Clark noted, the development is a dwelling, a cabin, and a septic system. It's located sort of one after the other along the long axis of the lake. And I believe Mr. Gallagher noted that the intention with that was to maximize the buffer that was available given the sort of long, narrow nature of the island. The septic system is really the item that deals with the nutrients the most, using the tertiary system that has advanced phosphorus removal, and I believe Mike Gooch is going to talk after me about that. My review really resulted in providing a few additional recommendations beyond including the rain gardens around the edge of the dwelling on the site plan, and the use of the tertiary system. I recommended 3 additional things be put forward in the development plan just to add another level of protection. And I believe Mr. Clark did go through those, but I'll just mention them quickly again. And that is that vegetation can take up water and take up nutrients. And that's why we have buffers around sensitive features like the lake. So having the edge of that buffer that was going to remain accurately delineated and marked on site before any tree removal or equipment got onto the site was going to be of great importance. And that can be done also with sediment fencing, so that it also adds an element of maintaining the soil and not allowing any of that to get down to the lake edge either. So providing that up front. Having the access to the island for construction along the same route that ultimately the access from the boathouse to the dwelling would provide the idea that there would be no additional vegetation removed for construction access, as opposed to what would be there for regular access following development. So no additional vegetation to be removed that's not absolutely necessary. And then the final thing was and I've seen this before, where the septic system can actually be built and some larger trees be maintained in the area of the septic system. And I had recommended that be looked at further, and whether that could be applied in this instance, so that there was just further enhancement of uptake of water and therefore nutrients in the area of the septic system, just to add another layer of nutrient removal. And really, that was the sum total of my review. And I'm going to stay along if anybody has any questions about that.
Okay, appreciate it, Al. So if you turn off your mic, and thank you. And I believe we have another guest, and that's Mr. Gooch, I think. Sorry, Sam.
Okay, yes, Chair. I do see Mr. Gooch's hand raised, so with your permission, I'll move them into the meeting now.
Sure. Welcome, Mr. Gooch. We haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, it has been a while. Hopefully my internet works okay. I'm on Bell and it's not always dependable. So.
Okay, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, maybe I turned it
on. Now we can see you.
Okay. Yeah, as has already been mentioned, I did go visit the site and design a sewage system that would deal with the phosphorus removal as well. It is a tertiary system, a Waterloo biofilter. And the biofilter itself is pretty good at removing all the nutrients, but we have also placed a layer of the Horizon B soils underneath the system that have been proven to be very effective at reducing approximately 95% or more of the phosphorus. And it binds it to the soil and doesn't make it available as a nutrient any longer. The setbacks are well within the building code requirements, although it is less than the 30 meters by the bylaw, hence the treatment unit. And as was mentioned, we can certainly leave large trees, even smaller trees in the area of the mantle. Generally, when constructing this type of system, it's a very large sand area that goes down. You can scrape off the topsoil, leaf litter, and that sort of thing, stockpile it, put your sand in, and then put that material back on top, and it keeps it very natural looking. And I'm open for any further questions.
Okay, thank you. If you turn if you put yourself on mute and just stay available in case there are questions. Thanks. Thank you. So I think, is that it from the maybe John, you said the applicant wanted to say something, or?
Yes, I believe the owner wanted to say a few words.
Okay.
Scott Brunsma.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do see one additional hand raised, so
Okay.
I'll move that person into the panel now.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for having us today. I don't know how long, this is Isla, our COVID baby. I don't know how long she'll last, but this is Hannah.
Hi.
I'm Scott. Yeah, a lot of the technical stuff, the gentleman before us kind of took care of, talking about the biofilter and the land and low profile. We just wanted to share a little bit about ourselves. So I'm an outdoor ed teacher. I lead trips all through Algonquin Park. And my wife is actually a wellness doctor. We know the importance of maintaining the environment. It's since I was 3 years old, we've gone to Muskoka with my family renting. It was always our dream to be able to have a home up there. And we're fortunate enough to, for the most part, have been able to do that since we bought a few years ago. The island, when we bought it, this is just my taxes. I think Richard has that. It showed it as being 1.25 acres. That's what we pay taxes on anyways. Which is 0.5 hectares. The survey is, well, I'll let John can maybe speak more on that if necessary as moving forward. But main thing that we wanted to address is what we plan to build. We're not trying to build a cottage that is prominent, like many other cottages are, and I'm not taking away from those ones that are built. They're certainly part of the lake. When we met with our builder and we walked out there, there's a path that already exists up to the site where we were hoping to build, where we could take down as few trees as possible. And we want, and if the most environmentally friendly way is to build it on piers, that's exactly what we said. The extra bunkie, if that is designed to be curved around trees, that's exactly that's what we want to do. So we're trying to build as low profile spot as possible. When we first put in this application, a gentleman named Curtis was the city planner, and he asked us to do a number of things, all of which we did. And in January, he said that the town would not have any objections. Everything looks good, but you should also get an additional fish study, which we did. And we're happy to do, and he didn't see any objections. I'm not sure what happened to him, but then Richard took over and made a number of further suggestions, which we had all addressed previously with Curtis, but a lot of it was vocally. So we were happy to recomply. Well, not happy, but we're totally willing to do that and get everything that Richard had asked for. And then further support from our people on the lake that we've been lucky to meet. Glenn Ross, my neighbor, he was going to be on this call. I don't know if he made it. And then as well as Bob, who owns the main island on Bonner Island, or Pine Island as it's commonly known. We've had a numbers of dinners with them and planning, hey, what would look good on this island? What can we do? And classic Muskoka, smallest profile as possible, keep every tree that we possibly can. And when we walked through with the builder, that's what our main focus is how can we try to hide the cottage as much as possible. We're not interested in it being prominent at all. It's not us. It's not what we want. What was that other point? Was important, hun?
I think, you know, the part that we maybe can contribute here is just, as Scott was saying, you know, our intentions, like we really do care about, yeah, I'll mention that. We really do care about the environmental impacts even prior to knowing kind of what was required, as well as respect for our neighbors on the lake as well, in terms of how we were aware from day one that it's a beautiful spot on the lake, and lots of people are boating by, and it's been an appreciated island, I think. And so we want to respect the place that's held for cottagers on Mary Lake as well, hence the kind of trying to make things disappear as much as is possible.
Yeah. And then for what's important, like why we're wanting to build our little home on the island, our parents are older, and like their tenting isn't really their thing anymore. Climbing stairs isn't as easy, and it's a gradual slope, which is perfect for them. And lastly, and possibly most importantly, we wanted to address the people. Here you go, Ayla. You want that have had their objections, and we understand. What's really important to us is that like we keep good relations on the lake, and like listening to a lot of the complaints were around water quality, around trees. Some of the complaints suggested that half of the trees are going to be cut down. There's over 400 trees, and when we walked it out with the builder and with our septic, we thought it's possible to do it by only cutting down 8 trees because of the middle of where we proposed the build. But mostly with the complaints, then I think the main thing is not ruining the beauty of the lake. Mm-hmm. and environmentally. We are 100% board on doing this as environmentally friendly as possible, and second, as low of impact as possible. And if we find that we need to make some adjustments, I think Richard can attest, anything that is, hey, that we should look at this, we've been willing to do and would continue to do so.
Okay, I appreciate your comments, and so what we would ask is that you remain, but you turn on your mute and turn off your video, because at this point I am going to ask if there are members of the public who would like to
Can I say one more thing? Sorry, Chair. One other thing that we did right away, as soon as we talked about building, we notified the Mary Lake Association in mid 2020. I think it was, I don't know, maybe a year ago by now, and Monique and with Linda. We sent them all our proposed designs, all the things that we were wanting to do. And before we moved forward, and got very encouraging emails from them. And that was like, at that time, that was really encouraging forward, that we thought we would have their support at that time.
From the Mary Lake Association.
We had sent a general email just describing, this is what we've done, this is what we're going to be wanting to do, and at that point, our understanding was that it sounded like we were doing what we should be doing, and they were waiting to hear from you guys, I think.
Yeah.
And so, I think the message is we've really tried to do everything that we can, and we've felt like we have, and so we're staying hopeful.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your comments. Absolutely. And so thank you. And as I said, if we would like to move on to the next part, but stay with us, okay? So with that, I would like to ask if there are members of the public who would like to speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address committee. Chair Alcott, at this time, there are 3 hands raised. So I think with your permission and for your ease, there's another 4. I would like to move people in one at a time.
So Sam, before that's great. If so, you're going to move. So we have 4. So just we don't have the same thing where. Well, it's okay. So we now have 4 people.
4 hands raised currently, and I'll move them in one at a time.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry, I should say, as a reminder, please do ensure that you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on. And please do confirm your full name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Hello, I'm Ted Johnson. Am I the first one up?
Yes, you are, Ted.
Okay, thanks very much. I just want to make a point right off the top. I'm a member of the board of the Mary Lake Association. First I heard of this was on Friday, just Friday past. I don't know what kind of communication might take place and with whom, but I know that I and several other people on the Mary Lake Association board, if we had heard of this 2 years ago, we would have lit up like a Christmas tree.
Okay.
So my name is Edward Johnson. My wife and I are property owners on Mary Lake at 259 Toms Bay Road. I've been coming to Mary Lake for 75 years. I know the lake pretty well, I think. And I'm not a planning expert, but I have read the official plan. I would add, I know Gull Island or Buckhorn Island, as we call it, around the lake, quite well. And I would say I listened carefully to what the applicants had to say, and I feel for them. They're obviously caring people who whose hearts are in the right place. They know the lake because they own an immediately adjacent mainland property, quite substantial mainland property that has a cottage and a dock on it. And I'm sure they care about the lake. The problem is that if all of us on the lake did what they're proposing to do to this small, sensitive, ecologically sensitive, primarily bald bedrock island with a very thin tree cover, they're a number of mature trees, but they're not growing to the same size as the big pines around the lake because the soil cover on the island is so thin. But if everybody around the lake did what they're proposing to do, the lake would be quite a different place. And I think all of us, and possibly even they, would find it a less attractive place. So that's why, obviously, and with great respect to the council, that's why we have an official plan. And the plan requires that applications have to consider the impact on the natural appearance. I'm just quoting as closely as I can to the Mary Lake appendix to the Huntsville official plan, their impact on the natural appearance of the lake from the water to the ridgeline. I must say I couldn't find a reference specifically to that point in the application, but I think it's something that's important to bear in mind. And councillors will have noted from the pictures that were provided by the Mary Lake Association that the tree cover on the island is very thin. You can see right through. You can see blue sky behind the trees that are taken behind the trees and photos taken from both the east and the west sides of the island. And so that cover is already very thin, tall, thin pines primarily. And the proponent has talked about taking out 8 trees out of 400. I find it very hard to understand how that could be done. And I assume that doesn't doesn't deal with the question of the out cabin and the septic weeping bed, which would also take out a substantial swath of trees if it is what it appears on the drawing that was provided. I know on our septic weeping bed, we're not allowed to have trees in the weeping bed, and so I'm assuming, and the experts may correct me, but I'm assuming you have to cut out a lot of trees to clear the way for a weeping bed. And I would add that the reference, again, very well-meaning reference to sediment fencing. I don't know how you do that on which is, I gather, is to go around the septic system, the septic weeping bed. I don't know how you do that on the very thin bedrock, a thin soil cover and massive sloping bedrock that you can see in the pictures that have been provided by the Mary Lake Association. So I think of necessity, it's going to be necessary to clear a substantial number of trees in order to complete this project. And that would be inconsistent with the spirit of the plan, the provisions that I've quoted above, and I believe the letter of the plan. My second point is that, as has been noted, Gull Island is too small. That's why there's never been a cottage on it. It's below the minimum size under the official plan, and even before there was an official plan, no one tried to build on it. The owners of the land that these folks own on the mainland, or their family owns, would have known that they're better to build on the mainland because they have more room. They can put a more substantial building, and the island itself is just impractical for a building. Now, obviously, technologies come along and things like septic systems can be improved, but you can't do it without having a very significant impact on this very small island. The third point, it is a very small point. There was mention of a place to keep a boat on the mainland because there's no road either to the adjacent property or obviously to the island. The folks at the Mary Lake Marina, Monique and her husband, are very fine folks. They're no longer selling gas. The marina was offered for sale a while ago, and there was, many of us feared around the lake, the possibility that might no longer continue to be a marina. So I would say that there is, that could be a long-term concern with respect to this property, because there's no guarantee that landing facility on land would be a permanent arrangement. The 3 out of the 4 cottages, there are 4 cottages out of, I think, 7 or 9 cottages on the lake that have, 3 out of the 4 have their own boathouse on the mainland, and the 4th had a boathouse on the mainland, but they sold it many years ago rather. I think I will leave it at that. I did just want to reiterate the concern. This would be a substantial change to the appearance of the lake in a very environmentally sensitive area. It's along a shore that has that's quite an attractive shoreline, and the island itself has been quite attractive. Any look at those photos will show that you can't build without it being taking out quite a swath of trees, and without replacing trees with cottage when you look at the place. I think I should I know there are others who wish to speak, and I should move on. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your comments and good timing, because I was about very perilously close to cutting you off. So
the hook. Okay. Okay.
All right. So thank you for your comment. I will move to number 2.
Thank you. The next speaker is reminded to please ensure you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on, and please do confirm your full name and a mailing address before you begin your comments.
Ted, if you wouldn't mind turning your video off, that would be appreciated. Thank you. welcome, John. Before you start, I just want to remind you that at each speaker, there's a maximum of 10 minutes. And if you feel like some of the comments that you're going to make have already been made, we'd really appreciate it if you just say ditto as opposed to going into the same comment.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And some of the comments I had planned have in fact previously been made by Ted, but that's all right. I've added another couple of comments. I'd just like to clear up a couple of points from the planner's presentation. And the first one is on alternatives for building. There's a statement that a two-story cottage within the setback could have been built. This is a theoretical possibility, but I would suggest that the committee look at the sketch that was provided, and a two-story building would be about 10 feet wide, 2 stories high. It would certainly be an interesting structure. And with the reference to not building on a cleared area, there is a cleared area on the land where a tent platform is sitting right now, but that is entirely within the setback and is just not a buildable location. Really, the location that has been proposed is the best possible location. And the unfortunate thing is, this is just not a buildable island. And further to the planning report statement that there are 3 islands nearby that have cottages on them. Actually, there are 5 islands on the lake with cottages. They are all either larger or substantially larger. The better measure is that there are 3 islands on Mary Lake without cottages, and Buckhorn, Gull Island, is one of them. Some properties aren't buildable. This has never been an issue in past, looking at the context, because Gull Island has always traveled with the mainland beside it, where there's a cottage there for a long time. My father used to play with the boy there in the 30s or 40s. So there is it was a surprise to the Mary Lake Association when we discovered that this was in fact a separate property. And it does have a zoning that says, yes, it's buildable, or rather, yes, there are no zoning restrictions against building, but that's quite different from saying it's buildable. I would ask if Richard could, again, briefly bring up the pictures you saw earlier.
I'll just
Richard
confirm with Chair, I'll
2
toss
sets of
it.
pictures, and if you could show the first one.
John, before you start directing, can you be very specific about which picture it is that you want Richard to bring up? Because it's not really a forum where you back and forth and that sort of thing. So that would be great.
The first page of pictures, there are 2 pages. And what that picture will show when it comes up is that the bottom picture is a view along the North Shore. So you can see that the shore slopes up with absolute bedrock. It is bare rock. And then if we could move on one more page, you can see the result of that is there is a cap of thin soil, and we're looking through. There's of this lump of rock, there's a bit of a cap in the middle. And that matters because all the setbacks, the delta in the setbacks, the difference between what is in the plan and what is not in the plan is all at that top end where the vegetation is. It's not that we're changing the setback near the water, we're changing it up where the trees are. So we're talking about a difference in setback right where it matters most. So the official plan says the natural landscape will prevail, with built form blending into that landscape and existing shoreline vegetation. And yes, if we could look at the next picture after that, you'll see that because those trees are so thin in the middle, we're looking at the top to the north, the bottom to the south. If any of those trees come out, there's going to be very little left. We're going to be seeing a a structure. We're not going to be seeing a natural vegetation. Now, the other thing that we see from official plan section 7.2.12, part B says terrain alterations and vegetation disturbance on lots will be minimized, and the maximum amount of vegetation should be retained on a lot. And similarly, part D, disturbance of a lot should be minimized, and the maximum amount of vegetation should be maintained. So if you have a setback variance on the mainland, that in fact is quite possible. If you move a structure 3 meters closer to the water, then there's 3 meters more disturbance, but that's made up for by no disturbance behind. So 1 minus 1 is 0, and net nothing happens. And on a large enough island, you can do the same thing with the setback on reduction on one side. Unfortunately, Buckhorn is a very small island, and the setbacks requested are on both sides. So instead of a reduction of 3 meters, it's 3 plus 3. It's not 1 minus 1, it's 3 plus 3, it's 6. Except, of course, there is a request for a planting buffer. So in fact, that is another 2 meters. We have 5 plus 5 or 10. This is not a 3 meter variance. This is not a minor variance. This is a major variance. So this is the key point. It's not possible to do a sensitive development here. That's why in past, the owners of the island have never dreamed about developing it. They stayed on the mainland, which is a good place to be. Other things I would say, I believe would be repetitious. So I will stop there with one other point, and that is if committee does not deny this right now, I suggest that you go and look at the land. There's nothing like ground truth to understand what's really happening. And 8 trees, well, that's a very interesting statement because I don't see how that works. But I will leave just one last thought, and that is, please look at the planning report very carefully. In the very first paragraph, it states, the island is generally well treed around the perimeter with some clearing in the central part of the island. And you've seen those pictures. And that is all I have to say at this point. I will definitely stay on, video off, and muted if there are any questions. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak for the Mary Lake Association. By the way, I will add one other thing, and that is I'm also interested in this by being a resident. My address is 279 Toms Bay Road North. Mm-hmm. Buckhorn's over there. Okay. Buckhorn is there, and this matters to me. Thank you.
Very much appreciate your comments, John. Thank you. And we are now moving on to number 3, please, Sam.
The next speaker is reminded to please ensure you have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and please confirm your full name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Hello.
Hello, Paul.
Hello, can you see me?
I can see you and we can hear you, and I'm going to say the same thing to you that I just said to John, which is if something has been said, we'd really appreciate it if you just said ditto on that one.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Johnson, 24 Moody's Lane, Port Sydney. I wrote to the committee yesterday on this subject, indicating a strong objection to it. I very much appreciate the aspirations of the family who are the proponents, but I think what is really critically important is for the committee to understand that this is an engineered solution to the problem on the island, and the capacity to build there if one casts one's eye around Mary Lake, you will see that there are vast areas of Mary Lake that can in fact be developed with sufficient engineering input, but that's not the object of the exercise. And I mentioned in my presentation, or my letter of objection, that I had had the pleasure of being involved in the official plan review in 2008. And as part of that, we, the Mary Lake Association, in conjunction with the broader community, went through a large exercise of developing a lake plan for Mary Lake. And I'd just like to read to you the preamble of that lake plan. It is not fully incorporated in the 2019 OP revisions. However, it is certainly, I think, worth noting. The vision statement from the Mary Lake plan said, "It is the ongoing responsibility of the current stakeholders in the Mary Lake Basin to ensure that planning and development occurs in a manner that will enable future generations to experience the special character and serene natural beauty of the lake." And I think that's the critical element here. The development of this particular property simply is not consistent with that fundamental goal of maintaining the serene character of Mary Lake. One of its great features is that Mary Lake is a basin with a very high ridge line behind it, unlike most other lakes in the Muskoka area. When we developed the Mary Lake lake plan, it was very critical to us that all properties do their part to ensure that they maintain the quality of the view around the lake. And that the issue really is that you don't build a place so that you have a magnificent view out at the reserved environment that your neighbors have created. You build a place that in fact ensures that as they look out from their reserved location, they see an undeveloped lake similar to what has brought you to the lake and you aspire to have a nice view of. That's critically important, I think, in the context of developing a property like this. And the official plan has made it very clear in this current iteration and in the previous iteration that waterfront development has to be held to a higher standard. And this standard, in all contexts, this property does not conform to the minimum standards for waterfront. Last but not least, I would just point out that a number of the professionals have indicated the importance of the 15-meter buffer around the property. And I refer you back to the pictures that John just had up again. And if you look at those again, you will see that in fact, that 15-meter buffer is going to be largely bare granite rock. There is going to be no buffering that takes place between what's happens on the soil above and what gets to the water. I would suggest in the pictures or from a review, if staff were to go out and look at it, that in most of the island area of that 15-meter setback, the vast majority of it would be a barren rock. And then last but not least, I would just indicate that the gentleman from the building department who commented on the plan that was that would be required for the septic system, because it's on barren rock, would require, I think he said, 9 feet of specialized soil to accommodate the septic system. And there's also this notion that the trees would be left in the septic bed to sustain the vegetation. There's not a tree around that can take the surrounding of its trunk by 9 feet of soil and expect to continue to survive. They might last for a couple of years, but you would certainly lose that vegetation. This is a wonderful piece of Mary Lake property. It hasn't been developed for good reasons. It can be developed with the engineering solutions, but that just is not in keeping with the aspirations of Mary Lake and the stewards of Mary Lake as they currently are constituted. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Paul, and you were well within your time, so much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank
All I
you.
have to figure out is how to get off.
Okay, just mute and video. There you go. Halfway there. All right, I think we have one more speaker.
We did have an additional hand go up, so we do have, and there's another one. So we have 3 additional speakers. So we'll continue in this format. So the next speaker is reminded to please ensure you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on. And please confirm your name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, good,
Can't
thanks.
see you.
My name is David Hogue. I'm at 299 Toms Bay Road. That's directly across Toms Bay. We see Gull Island in our sightline. I and my wife have submitted a letter 2 days ago. I won't go over the details in the letter, nor will I go over what other people have commented on already. What I will say is that I support the comments from the members of the Mary Lake Association that have been received so far. Our major concern with this development is that it violates a number of bylaws and a number of regulations, to the point at which the sum total of the violations is so egregious that this application should not proceed. There will be no question that there'll be a major impact of construction on Gull Island. It is impossible to think that this dwelling will be hidden by trees, as has been clearly pointed out. And the potential for environmental impact is so high as to approach unity. That is, sooner or later, there will be an issue with the septic system, with the construction, or with the loss of vegetation on the island, which will invariably lead to further erosion. As people have said, there's been argument by the applicants that they are permitted to build on the island. Our argument is just because something is allowed doesn't mean it should be done. And in our opinion, the impact of constructing a cottage on this island will certainly destroy it in terms of its current character. I would like to make one other point, and that is that Mr. Boersma introduced himself as a physical education teacher, but a simple assessment of his online presence shows that he's actually a realtor. And I think that it was deceptive for him not to come forward with that information. With that, I think I will end and thank my colleagues.
Okay, David, thank you very much for your comments and for being brief. Mr. Boersma, you don't actually have the opportunity to come back at this point. And I have the ability, because I'm chair, that I need to call a 5-minute biological break. This is really rare in the middle of a file, but I've noticed that I've been asked from another colleague, maybe a little while ago. And so if people can just hold, it's 3:13. So I'm going to say it at 18 minutes after 3, we will be back. All right. Thank you. I do believe it's 3:18. All right. Thank you for indulging me, everybody. Or indulging Councillor Fitzgerald, to be specific. All right, Sam, I think we had two people left. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
All right, over to you to bring the next one online. Thank you.
Wonderful. The next speaker is reminded to please ensure you have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and please do confirm your full name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Am I on? Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi. Oh, there I am. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Costello. I live at 132 Hawks Road in Port Sydney. And I want, first of all, thank you, members of council, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm actually kind of filling in for my daughter. I received a call from her this morning. She is involved in a job and was unable with meetings and was unable to attend herself today. So she asked me if I would just attend your meeting. The other residents of Mary Lake have been very eloquent in their objections. And they have actually gave me a few points that she wanted me just to bring up. And those were, we were just stunned to think that someone would even attempt building on this particular beautiful piece of, of nature. And so other people have explained the topography to you, and you've seen it in the pictures. But points.
Mary, I don't know if you're, Mary, you're breaking up a little bit. So either, maybe if we, sometimes I think it helps if you turn your video off. I've heard that before. Here, I see you now.
All right.
Okay.
We actually, I dropped off. Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. But you might want to consider that and make your comments as brief as possible, just so that we can get the message, right?
Okay. Well, they will be very brief. So Ashley was saying the concern is that this is a request for a major variance, and the fact that this has the forest canopy that is there cannot be preserved if if there is building on this site. There is a spectacular view of this property from other points in the lake, which would be materially affected. And she was totally concerned about the limited topsoil that there is actually on this, on the rock, and how you would, I know that there have been engineered solutions here to mitigating the sewage runoff, but the water quality is a significant concern too. So we will submit something in writing because we feel very, very strongly about this.
Okay, Mary, much appreciated the brevity of your submission. So very much appreciated, and thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Okay, so we do have, I'm losing track, 2 more or 1 more, Sam?
This will be our final.
Beauty, thank you.
The next speaker is reminded to please ensure you have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and please do confirm your name and full mailing address before you begin your comments.
Welcome. I see Pamela's name.
Oh, well, Madam Chair and Madam Mayor and members of council, my name is Val Bezic. My mailing address is 50 Toms Bay Road, actually Utterson, POB 1MO. I own the 60 acres that comprises of 50 Toms Bay Road, and also lot 126, which also has lakefront. It's a 5-acre parcel. Like the neighbors of mine that have spoken before me, my property looks directly at the island. And so it's highly impactful. My wife Pam and I have, we sent an email yesterday, so I trust that that's been circulated. I'm not going to touch on any of the points in that email, but I did want to just mention to Richard Clark that in the package that I received, that was the planning report, I didn't get Mr. Gallagher's report or any comments that were expressed earlier. And there were some specific comments that I wanted to address right now, but I also would like to reserve the right to have a further commentary on the report once I receive it. What was said today that I found most troubling was that, or at least it was implied, that there's some as of right ability to build on that lot. And the other point too was that this was a mandated lot by the town of Huntsville. The reality is that any island has its own separate PIN number. So, you know, just by the geography of the island, it's a separate lot. The official plan requires lots to be, 0.4 of a hectare for a reason. It may seem very, very minor that this parcel is 0.39, but the reality is that this is not a typical lot. This is a lot that became a functional lot because of geography. It was purchased 2 years ago together with the mainland property, which is large enough to subdivide, large enough to have multiple cottages on. I'm sorry, I'm off on a tangent in my mind here, but I just want to mention too that I'm not suggesting wrongdoing here, but Monique was the agent for that property, and she also acted as the head of the Mary Lake Association. The only reason I raise that is that we are also members of the Mary Lake Association, and like the other neighbors in the Bay, we just heard of this 2 days ago. Bottom line is that because it's an island, because of the geography of the island, the physical conditions of the island, it is simply not buildable. It is not appropriate. The official plan refers to this. My neighbors have referred to the Mary Lake plan. And I think that if the councillors were to defer this or approve it with conditions or defer it for further review, it would be completely missing the boat. Anything can be engineered. I trust that all the experts are highly, highly qualified. The reality is it's not appropriate. It's as clear as day in the official plan. I think it's a very, very, very simple, logical decision to deny the application and not entertain any further proposals. And I would like to just make one final point. It's a very, very, very cute baby. And I trust that, people do enter these things with the best intentions. I do trust that, but it's not right. And the precedent set for all the other islands on the lake is staggering. It's just absolutely staggering.
Okay, Val, thank you. Thank you for being brief, and thank you for your comments. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
So I will ask that if you could, yes, thank you. And at this point, we've done our public component, so I will go to the next phase. I do have a motion. It is moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that Planning Committee deny zoning bylaw amendment Z03 2021 HTE. So with that, I will ask committee if you have questions or comments on any of the issues that we've heard with respect to this application. Yes, Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I guess I have concerns with the proposal in that I've heard on repeated occasions that it's going to be designed to really fit in with the landscape and be really low profile and be all these things that I haven't seen any elevation drawings for. I actually don't know what the final product would look like. Because I haven't seen it yet. At 1,800 square feet plus a sleeping cabin plus a boathouse, I agree that it is overbuilt for this lot. This would be a little bit like me sounding a broken record. I often say that things are being overbuilt on smaller lots, and so I'm going to remain consistent in that and stand by that. I think if I saw something that was much smaller and much more interesting in design that really did truly make an outstanding effort to blend in, I think maybe it would be something I would consider, but at this point I will not. So thanks for that.
Okay, appreciated. Are there any other, Councillor Stone?
Thanks. I won't belabor the issue. I've got a page of notes from what I've heard and learned. I just want to mention two things. So I reiterate that reducing the setback on both sides of the island does actually compound the problem of the setback being double, in my opinion. Mr. Hogg pointed that out. To Richard, can I just ask, when we have this 15-meter setback from the water, does it ever come into the thinking that you need more if half of it is rock?
Well, actually, through you, Madam Chair, it's a 20-meter setback, and it's independent of the shoreline composition. It's a measure that's designed to work with various other measures to help improve water quality, and it's based on the distance that water has to travel to the lake over various different surfaces. So it's really a distance to maintain water quality, and then there are other things like vegetation within 15 meters, the ribbon of life, that are also looked at. So the 20 meters is one of a number of measures designed to improve water quality. That's what I would say.
Thank you. I support the staff in denying this.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands. I have one quick comment. I agree with Councillor Stone. I think we've heard a lot of information today, and and I thought so many of the comments were really thoughtful, and I have no question about the good intentions of the applicants. However, from my perspective, I think that what we've heard is, you can develop an engineered solution to build on and look at all sorts of ways something can be done. But you look at this particular site, and for all of the reasons, and I'm not going to repeat them, it's just the reality is this is not appropriate in my view, and from what I've heard today, and certainly what has been said in our staff report. So my position is like yours, Councillor Stone, and yours, Councillor Wiebe. I would really struggle to support this application. So If there are no other comments, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion that I read? Okay, that's carried. All righty. We are moving on to the next and final matter before us in public, and that is with respect to Z07 2021 HTE Bigelow 454 Marcos Road. Over to you, Richard.
I'm just going to pause so that Samantha can let our previous guests out. And maybe I'll start sharing my screen while you're doing that. So can you see that, Madam Chair? I think you can. I see now.
I can't, sorry. I had my mute on, sorry.
So this application is Z07 2021 Bigelow, and the subject property is located at 454 Marcos Road. The lot has an area of approximately 1.27 hectares and approximately 60 meters of frontage on the Muskoka River. The lands are well vegetated and contain low-lying treed swamplands in this area, as well as forested uplands, as the lands slope up approximately 20 meters in elevation to a hilltop and to Marcos Road, which is I should note, a private road. The lands are developed with a dwelling, dock, private cabin with attached deck, and a wood storage shed. The official plan designates the property as waterfront, and the zoning bylaw zones the property as shoreline residential 1 and natural resources. And the natural resources is towards the front along the Muskoka River. The application proposes to permit a short-term rental accommodation use within a private cabin on the property. And the private cabin is located approximately here-ish. And I'll show you another sketch of what it looks like next. So just about right there. The proposed amendment would change the zoning on the property from a shoreline residential 1 zone to a shoreline residential 1 zone with an exception to permit a short-term rental accommodation use within the 18.66 meter square private cabin that's in this location. It's understood that the applicant wishes to rent out both the principal dwelling and the private cabin separately. However, this matter deals with requirements of the short-term rental accommodation bylaw itself. So the matter of allowing 2 rentals at once is not addressed through this application. If successful in amending the zoning bylaw to permit the short-term rental accommodation use in the cabin, the owner would need to delegate to council to request an exemption from the provisions of the short-term rental bylaw to permit that, to permit 2 rentals at the same time. In this instance, the private cabin is a permitted use within the shoreline residential 1 zone, provided certain general provisions are met. And those deal with the size of the cabin, maintenance of setbacks, and other matters, all of which are met in this instance. However, it should be noted that the cabin was constructed without the benefit of a building permit and is not included in its present its present location in the existing site plan agreement with the town. In this instance, the cabin is also entirely hidden from view. This is what the cabin looks like. It's quite unique. This is a driveway leading up to the cabin itself, and this is the main driveway leading down to the principal use. This is a shot of what the driveway looks like from the top of the hill, and this is the cabin itself with attached deck and the storage shed. So it is a secluded location, and the property itself, it's hidden from view, and the property itself is quite deep. So this location is set back appropriately from the side yards and from the waterfront frontage, and there's no adjacent development nearby. As such, there's very little visual impact associated with the building itself, and its use as a short-term rental accommodation would likely not impact the waterfront residential character significantly, given its small scale and its secluded nature. It's noted that there were several letters of support and a letter of objection was also provided. Those letters were provided to committee yesterday. Just looking at some of the other photos and on the topic of how secluded this is, it's actually here and you can't see it. So I just wanted to point that out. As noted in the report, there are some natural constraints, however. The private cabin is located within an area considered a high risk of hazardous forest types for wildland fire, as mapped in Schedule 1 of the official plan, and that's shown as the orange area here. So to address this, the applicable official plan policies and provincial policy statement policies relating to protection of life and property from this type of a natural hazard suggest that an assessment should be provided by a qualified professional in accordance with provincial standards in order to both verify that there are indeed potential hazardous forest types in the location, as well as what mitigation measures could be implemented to either avoid those hazards or mitigate the risk. So a study like that would need to be provided. And in this instance, no such study has been submitted to date. So it's premature for staff to be able to provide a recommendation in this instance. And this report is being provided for information only. To demonstrate that the relevant official plan and provincial policies have been appropriately addressed in this instance, staff are recommending that a satisfactory wildland fire assessment be provided in support of this application. Once this additional information has been received to the town's satisfaction, this item can be brought back to the committee for consideration. And that's all I have, so thank you. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Richard. And just to reiterate, this application is strictly to deal with the zoning aspect, not with respect to the short-term rental.
It's to deal with the permission of a short-term rental use in the cabin, not the matter of being able to rent out 2 units at once.
That was my, sorry, I should have been clear, but that was just kind of what I was getting at. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I will ask if the applicant is here or their applicant's representative would like to speak to this.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address the committee. And Chair Alcott, I can confirm there is 1 hand raised, so I will bring them into the meeting now. A reminder to please have your microphone and video if possible turned on before you begin speaking, and please do confirm your name and mailing address.
Mr. Gallagher.
Good morning, good afternoon. What day is it? John P. Gallagher, 24 Hibbard Road, Huntsville, P1H 1C9. And I'm here with Garth and Rebecca Bigelow, who will be speaking after me. I was retained by Garth, having done some work for him on Town Line, he advised me that he got a call regarding his rental that he had out on Markles Road, and that the town had some issues with it. And so I met with him, and he was quite concerned, given that he had been renting in what he thought was legal, but it turned out he could not obtain a license under the short-term rental. So we spent a few weeks trying to figure out what we needed to do to rectify this situation. And Garth had some discussions with Chris Nagy. I had some discussions with Ingrid in the short-term rental. And out of those meetings, it was determined that we needed to process a rezoning application to allow it to occur. And so we put in our application for the rezoning to allow the small private cabin to be utilized. Just one point of clarification. There was a permit issued for it. It wasn't built illegally. It was built under the guise of, I think they used the word shed, man cave was the term that they used, but they did obtain a building permit for it. So we did not build without permit. As we're aware, a private cabin is a permitted use in the SR zone. They've been using the rental since November of 2019 with no objections being lodged against them or their guests. The O box is a very small unit, approximately a couple hundred square feet, that accommodates 1 or 2 guests maximum. There's no running water to the building. There's spring water available, and it's a composting toilet. And there are no cooking facilities provided. And we've attached the pictures and plans that were for the construction. The location of the O box is about 500 feet away from the water. It's tucked into the woods with no adjacent structures or neighbors nearby. It's about 300 feet from the rear property line and meets or exceeds the side yard requirements. There's no environmental features such as water courses or wetlands in proximity to the structure, and it's well above the floodplain. The height of the structure and the scale of the structure is low profile and meets the requirements laid out in the zoning bylaw. Private cabins are permitted as a permitted use in the SR1 zone, and the exception, one of the items was we would need the exception to the short-term rental bylaw, which we just found out about after we had got the report. We thought that this was the avenue for doing it, and that's fine. If we have to do the zoning and then go approach council, at least you'll have an understanding of the proposal before we go back again. There are a number of policies in the official plan that respect tourism and the economy, which the rental unit conforms to. He's actually using the funds from his rental unit to focus on getting some monthly rentals going on the property that we had zoned and severed on Town Line Road West. And the size of that structure limits it for monthly use. It's not a place where one would rent 200 square foot with no kitchen or running water on a month-to-month basis. There are also other important commercial policies that's supported in the waterfront area. And even though it is in the waterfront area, it's not within close proximity to the waterfront. And I think there was an issue previously about, having cottages and people using the waterfront as a big concern. And that hasn't been the situation in this one because it's more in the rural area of the property. The use of cottages throughout Huntsville for rentals has been occurring for many years, going back decades. The opportunities to rent out a cottage while not in use help pay for taxes and ongoing costs and upkeep. Local tourism benefits with the rental as many guests partake in the local activities such as Arrowhead, Algonquin, Pioneer Village. The majority of renters dine out at a local establishment, and the injection of tourism dollars is very important, especially more than ever, given the current COVID issue. However, even this type of business has been hit and had to be shut down, which my client complied 100% with the province's orders in that regard. The impact of the rental is minimal. There have been no complaints, rowdy behavior, parties, noise lodged against the owner or their guests. And this is due to a rigorous screening process that they have prior to renting the unit. And cost and the size of the unit limits multiple users on the site, not to mention there are cameras that are there to ensure that the rules are being followed. The owner has been deemed a superhost status, given his attention to detail in dealing with guests. The owners also support the local economy by employing local cleaning, landscape maintenance companies. The supplies are purchased in Huntsville and guests are provided a guidebook to local attractions and restaurants. With respect to the comments with respect to the fire study, we don't feel that we should have to partake in that, given the fact that under the current rules, a private cabin is permitted as of right, provided you meet the setbacks established in the zoning bylaw. We would ask that once that use is established, and it makes no sense to have to go back a second time to justify going into a study for a building that currently legally would exist on the property. And I think my client wanted to say a few words, and then I'd be glad to answer any questions. District staff, I believe, supported. There was only one letter of objection, and that person was the furthest away from all the people that wrote letters of support. So I would ask that you weigh all the letters that were submitted in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So I believe, Sam, are you bringing in our
Yes,
applicant?
I will bring in the applicant.
Thank you. Welcome. I can see you, and I'm assuming we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Rebecca. This is Garth Bigelow.
Hi.
We currently reside at 32 Bellevue Street in Guelph, but hopefully that will be a Huntsville address at some point for us. We really appreciate you, council, to consider our case and review the information. It means a lot to us. This Oxbox is our little baby, kind of, we like to call it. So I think we just wanted to start by just addressing a couple of the concerns that came forward from that one individual neighbor. So one of the issues was about property lines. So we did have John Jackson survey the property before we did anything. So the property has been surveyed and we are within our limits, as we are aware. There was also some concern about increased traffic on the road. Garth is actually the one to take the lead on most of the road maintenance that occurs on our private road. Last year, we did quite a bit of work, and he was the one to hire the contractor and to collect payment from the neighbors and to ensure that project got done. And furthermore, whenever we're up there, we're always on the buggy, filling in some potholes, grading the road, doing whatever we can to help when we're up there. We know there's people that live there all year round, and we want to do our part as well. So we also we were the main contact for the snow plowing for the private roads, and we took on the cost of sanding the road to help with any issues that there might be with traffic or whatever may be. So we took on that cost on behalf of all of the neighbors. So we are, we love our neighbors. We have a great relationship with them. We want to do whatever we can to keep everyone happy, and we want everyone to be able to enjoy their spaces as they normally would. And we use the Oxbox ourselves, and we use our cottage obviously ourselves, and we want to enjoy that space just the same as we always have. So we have a vested interest in ensuring that this isn't going to be a problem for people around us. So yeah, John did such a great job of saying everything. There's not much left to say, but I did just kind of want to go back and let you guys know how the Oxbox came about. We bought this property about 7 years ago. We always like to walk up to this little cliff and enjoy the sunset. And it just became this really special space for our family. So then we decided, let's build a little something on there so that we can enjoy it further. We have little kids, so it's kind of nice to have a spot they can go inside if they need to or whatever. But once we built it and started using it, we through friends and family realized that there was a little niche here for people that wanted to enjoy something like that. And with the hopes of someday moving to Huntsville, we want to try and start setting up some roots there. And we have long-term rentals elsewhere, and that's kind of our little, that's what we enjoy to do. So we thought, what if we could create this rental that could provide some income to do some further projects? So in Huntsville. So the Oxbox was born. We put a lot of more investment into it and sweat equity as well. And we wanted to ensure that this space was going to be successful and that wasn't going to cause a problem. So we've created this kind of luxurious glamping experience. Like we heard, it's only meant for 1 or 2 people. It's generally couples going up there, mothers, daughters, that kind of thing. They're there to really just unplug, get away from the busyness of life, enjoy nature. They want to hike, they want to snowshoe, dog sled, rent gear from Algonquin. Just all those things that we kind of take for granted because we get to enjoy that space all the time. So it ended up being a lot more successful than we actually thought it would be. We this past year, aside from the COVID shutdowns, we've been fully booked. And we've had 170 separate groups of couples go through that Oxbox, and we haven't had one issue or one concern. So like John said, we call every single guest, get a feel for what their intentions are, go over the rules, and just let them know, like, hey, this is our personal cottage, our personal space. We use this ourselves, and we really want people to respect it as well. And it's created just this little successful gem. So yeah, we hope that you guys could see that through the pictures and just how special it is. So I think too, just touching point quickly, there was a letter submitted also from our cleaning company, Cleaning by Design, a local company. It's a big challenge for these cleaning companies and these maintenance companies because they get these properties, but many of them are seasonal. So for her to have a property like ours that's open all year round, we're fully booked.
We're fully booked.
We were fully booked, not right now. We are very particular. There's constant maintenance and upgrades going on. So we also are providing them with work that goes beyond just cleaning. So for her, it would be a huge loss for her to lose a property like this. It creates a lot of work and stability for her and her employees. So
we did get her letter. Yeah.
Okay, great.
So I just want to touch on one thing, just going back to that one letter. It was mentioned in there that we've been renting out during this pandemic. When we got the letter it basically said to cancel all future bookings. We went ahead and made sure that we were complying with that, and we did that, and we would be happy to show that because we can see on Airbnb, that's the only platform we use, but we can see on there every single one that was canceled. And basically we've been canceling out a month ahead, kind of trying to understand what's going on. We're letting people know we're going through this, we're not sure if it's going to get approved or not, but we're canceling out a full month at a time until we get final word on what's going on. And we've shut down at this point, nobody can even book a year out on the Oxbox. We've shut the site down fully just until we know what's going on here.
Okay. Appreciate your comments, both of you.
It's been a long 3 hours. Our hearts are just like racing.
I know it's been a long meeting. It's been an unusually long meeting, given we've only been through 2 files. We're on to our 3rd file. So are you two, is that what? Okay, perfect. Then thank you. And I'm going to ask you to put your mute on and turn off your video, but stay with us, okay?
Oh, down here.
All right. With that, I am going to ask if there is anybody, members of the public, who would like to speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address the committee. And Chair Alcott, I can confirm there is one hand raised, so I will bring them into the meeting now. As a reminder, please ensure you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on, and please confirm your full name and mailing address before you begin your comments.
Hey.
Hello. My
Hello.
name is Judith Blanchette. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Judith, and we can see you're in your car. I guess internet.
Yes. Yes, I'm pulled over. I've been waiting. You know, we've all been here good 3 hours. Thank you. Judith Blanchette, 470 Marcos Road. Thank you, Council, Deputy Mayor, Honorable Mayor, and Chair, Council. So I just wanted to first of all voice that the Ox Box is cute and beautiful, and it is not only on Airbnb, there's actually quite a few platforms that it is on, and it's wonderful to give our community the opportunity to come to our beautiful part of Huntsville. That being said, I also it does make an impact. You can't see it from the road. That's actually my driveway going down. You can't see it, but you can definitely hear it. And it is lovely. And I do, oh, my notes here. Sorry, I didn't really think I was gonna have a turn while I was driving. So I'm also a super host, and I loved renting out my little cabin as well on my property, but I followed all the rules and I was a little disappointed, but it is what it is, and I respect our town, and I appreciate, I would love to talk about all the work done on the road, because the work is in need of much repair. We've been on the property, me and my family, for about 20 years. And in the last 4 years, the road has just deteriorated from all the in and outs. So there's a lot of untruths or half truths, and I can address them at another time. I just wanted to show face and show that I don't support this initiative. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take up your time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Judith, and appreciate your comments. Okay. All right. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this? Sam?
Members of the public are reminded to use the raised hand button or press *9 on their telephone to indicate that they would like to address the committee. Chair Alcott, I can confirm there are no additional hands raised.
Thanks very much, Sam. So at this point, I will ask committee if there are questions. We do not have a motion with respect to this because, as was pointed out by Richard, it was for information only. So I noticed Councillor Wiebe had his hand up before Mayor Terziano. So Councillor Wiebe first.
Chair Alcott. So I guess I wanted to just get a little bit more clarity. So the main building that's on the waterfront on Marcos Road is a rental cottage. And then this small little unit has been created way in the back, kind of hidden away, and it's there for rental purposes as well. So the question I have for our staff are those the primary uses? Or is this is the main cottage just used by the owners?
I will ask Richard or Christopher or Kirsten. I'm seeing all of you there. So Richard, over to you.
Well, I was just going to say that, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I was going to just say that Chris Nagy is here, and he does administer our short-term rental program, and he'd be happy with that.
Thank you for that. And Christopher, over to you.
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, our short-term rental program does not restrict the number of days of being rented, of a property being rented out or anything like that. So therefore, we don't necessarily record it, how often it's being rented out, right? So I can confirm that the application is a secondary residence to these individuals. So they are not, it's not their main residence by any means. The Ox Box would again be a secondary residence to the property owners.
Okay. Thank you. And I noticed, John Gallagher, you have your hand up. Do you want to respond to this question? Is that?
I can wait till all the questions are asked. I know that Garth wanted to respond to a comment that was made about him and his wife's operation there, but
okay, then
but I think Chris has answered the question.
Okay. All right, thank you. So with that, I will ask Mayor Terziano. I think you were next.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I just for clarity, whether or not they can operate a second unit on the property as a short-term rental is not before us right now. Right. But to rezone the property, does the property need to be rezoned to operate the short-term rental that they have now?
Okay.
And if so, why?
Okay, then I'm going to Christopher.
So
okay, Christopher or Richard, which one is going first? Christopher.
So through you, Madam Chair, I can confirm that the principal residence on that property does have an active short-term rental license. So they did follow protocol and everything for that. They later came in for a short-term rental license for this accessory structure. And through the zoning allowances, they aren't permitted to have that, and that's why we're here today. So yes, a license has been issued for the principal, but none for this accessory structure.
May I follow up?
Yes, you may.
So if we're not dealing with their ability to have a second license, why are they asking for a rezoning? Because if they're applying for a rezoning, and I'm sure they're doing it at a cost, and it doesn't have anything to do with whether we're going to give them a second short-term rental, I don't understand. This seems backwards or convoluted or something to me.
I kind of understand what you're saying, though. It is a bit convoluted because on one, anyway, you've explained it. So Richard, would you respond to that, please?
Thank you. Good question. And through you, Madam Chair. So as of right, what we allowed when we allowed short-term rental accommodation uses in Huntsville is we allowed it as an accessory permitted use on certain types of residential properties, but only within the principal dwelling itself or within a set number of rooms in the principal dwelling. So what this is asking for is to expand those permissions to allow the short-term rental in the private cabin. So we decided to do it this way in steps to see if they could, see if you guys wanted to allow for short-term rental in the private cabin first and foremost. And then if you did want that, then would you be willing to allow for two of them? So that's kind of my explanation. I hope that makes better sense.
So just out of curiosity, because we are undergoing a short-term rental review, in essence, this is asking for an exception to our existing policy, but we're asking for the exception through a zoning amendment.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if you will. The way the short-term rental policy and zoning and licensing is set up is that the property has to be zoned appropriately to permit the use. And then it also has to go through a second set of regulations and provisions in order to license it so that it can operate as a licensed short-term rental. So we can't do it all through a zoning amendment because we're not permitting the license to be issued through a zoning amendment. We're only saying that the use would be permitted in an accessory structure in this instance.
Right.
So that's why it is a two-step process and it is a bit convoluted, but that's where we're at with this application.
Right, because our current zoning for short-term rental only allows it to be in the main building or a number of rooms within the main building. We don't currently allow it to be in an accessory structure. That's the exception. Okay, thank you. Your worship, a follow-up to that?
Yeah, just because I just want to stay with this because I still don't get it. Until we deal with the question as to whether or not we would allow them to have a second unit, why are we putting them through the hoops of rezoning? Why would we not either make that decision and say we're not entertaining it, or we are, but it's subject to you getting a rezoning?
Yeah,
I feel like we're being very unfair to the applicant.
A bit, because it's a policy question, right? I think the way you're coming at it, it's a policy question. Our current policy only allows, whether it's in zoning or not, the policy that you're referring to is saying that it's within the main building. So you're kind of asking us to make the policy decision, but it's circuitous, right? Like I kind of concur.
The only thing I would add to that is I think we would be in a position no matter what, where we would be asking the same question. So I guess I understand the sentiment behind the question, but regardless, we would have had to address the use issue anyway. So that's all I would offer there.
They'd have to meet, under current policy, they'd have to have a zoning, an exemption to the zoning. Right. John, you want to respond to this?
Yes, please, because yeah, there was, confusion around this application when we were starting it, and it seemed as though we were applying for a zoning to allow it to occur, and that was the methodology for changing the short-term rental at the time. And like I said, when we got the report and we had a discussion on Friday, it appeared that there were two issues. One is, can we use the cabin for a second rental unit? And then we still have to go back to council and change the short-term rental bylaw to allow an expansion to the existing dwelling, to say you can have one in the dwelling and limit it only for this specific property in this location here on these lands, a second 200 square foot unit. And that's where I think part of the issue came up, that we were trying to do things as we were led to believe. And that's why we're hoping that we would get a decision today on the one issue, because we know if planning committee supports the second or the Ock box being used as a rental, then we got to go to the full council. I'm assuming, unless you have a different committee that only deals with short-term rentals, and then ask the question, for our specific property, would you grant us a license to have a second one back here in this O box?
I see, if I may respond to that, but we're right today, what we have before us is for information only. There isn't a recommendation.
I know, we were hoping for a recommendation to have it approved, but prior to, so that when we go to council the next time, you've at least had a kick of the cat. Otherwise, what are we doing here talking about it if we're not going to get any decision on it? It's we're not really getting direction. And that, we're told to go through zoning, but are we going to get it at the end of the day? Is there going to be a bylaw here?
No, it's for recommendation only, or for information only. However, the way, and Richard, please jump in, but the way I understand the way the report is written, it's saying It's for information only because there is still a little bit of outstanding information required with respect to the fire restrictions. I'm not saying the correct word, but fire policy. So upon receiving that information, that's when you'd be able to make a specific recommendation as to the zoning aspect of this particular application. Is that correct, Richard?
Yep, that's 100% correct.
And we're
So
looking.
in many respects, it's closer to a decision given the information that's required about the fire policy.
And we're asking that that request for a fire study not be undertaken because under the existing zoning rights, we have a building that exists already.
But not for the purpose that the application is being asked for.
But the building still exists and the risk.
It does, John. And this isn't the forum for us to debate back and forth, but I think from a planning perspective, right? And Richard, again, my understanding would be that the reason why you're not taking that position is that that policy relates to an accessory building, but not necessarily an accessory building that's being rented out.
Yes, that's exactly right. It's because of the use that's in that accessory building that this risk needs to be addressed. I mean, there's a fire pit up there, there's a barbecue up there. These things to me should be things that we look at.
Right.
That's why we think the study needs to be done.
Thank you for that. And Mayor Terziano, you have your hand up again, and okay, perfect.
I guess I'll ask, and I don't know who wants to take this, but if we're going to make them go away and do a fire study, how much more do we want them to do before we tell them whether or not we would consider giving them a second license? Like, this just doesn't make any sense, because if the licensing committee says, no, we're absolutely not going to license the second unit, we're making them do all this stuff, and this just does not make any sense to me. I must be missing something, but this is not making sense.
Yeah, I hear you. Who would, Kirsten, would you like to respond to that?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak to it. I recognize that it seems like it's awkward and convoluted. However, when we're talking about the licensing committee wouldn't be able to, or general committee as it stands now, wouldn't be able to agree that it would be appropriate to have a second short-term rental on the same parcel because it wouldn't meet zoning requirements. So zoning in our mind is the first step. And I think that a part of that consideration, knowing that it's intended to be used as a short-term rental and that the existing cottage or house on the property is also being used as a short-term rental, this gives committee an opportunity to reflect a little bit on that as part of the zoning review, not necessarily whether or not two would be permitted anyways or through a licensing process, but that was the approach that staff took. Whether or not we will reflect on that moving forward, obviously, if committee doesn't feel that this was the appropriate way to deal with this. However, this is absolutely a required step in the process if committee were inclined to permit a short-term rental in a second unit, and then if general committee would be interested in licensing a second unit on the property.
So
right, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, and if I might follow up, Madam Chair, I get what you're saying there, Kirsten, but could the licensing committee, had they come to the licensing committee first, could they not have approved the second unit subject to rezoning and then had them do the rezoning as a second step? Which and the only reason I'm going there is because like the rezonings are costly and time consuming, and could the licensing committee not make a decision, say yes, based on whether or not you can get a rezoning?
In some respects, it kind of makes sense because the licensing committee would be considering the policy, and the policy is really the bigger question, assuming you can get the rezoning.
And I think that part of that consideration, though, it really falls back on the use, because two short-term rental accommodations on one lot are a different situation than a cottage being rented on a lot, or the main dwelling not being the short-term rental, but the accessory structure being the short-term rental, which could occur in this instance. They could switch their license to the Ox Box if they chose to do so in the future, if council approved a bylaw that would permit that. So,
Right. It's awkward. It's definitely awkward for sure. Councillor Armour, you had your hand up for like ever.
Well, thank you. I think everything I was going to say has been said, but I think we're sort of putting the cart before the horse here on this whole situation. I actually think it's a great idea, that little Ox Box. I think it's pretty amazing for Muskoka, but if we need to approve the zoning and then they have to go through the short-term rental for approval for licensing on that, I think we need to move ahead on this and deal with the zoning application first, because we really are just assuming that that's what they want. Well, they've told us that's what they want to do, but we're assuming that they're going to license both. Maybe they won't license both. Maybe they'll only license one and revoke the license on the other. I don't know, but I think we need to deal with the zoning application first and then let them come back to the committee.
Is there, in response to that, is there a way that we could move on that, if that was the wish of members of the committee, conditional on a report coming back with respect to the fire hazards, being, not of a consideration or something? I don't know, with a condition in there?
I would definitely support that.
So you have an amendment. Councillor Weed?
Thank you. But it does come back to the fundamental question, which is, are we going to allow or set a precedent for 2 short-term rental units on one property, on one waterfront property? Is really what we're saying. Because if they are allowed to do it, why wouldn't you allow other people to do it? And I'm not saying one way or the other. Like to Dan's comments, I really actually like this. Like, I think the Ox Box is a neat product. I think it attracts gives a certain type of experience, and it's different. It's low impact and it's different. I like it. But fundamentally, do we think that we want to go down the road of 2 short-term rentals on one property? That's the question I think the committee needs to grapple with sooner than later.
It maybe I'm missing it, but because in response to that, I thought I heard that what we had before us today was the zoning amendment. Does this particular location of the box meet would that be, from a zoning perspective, an acceptable short-term rental? But even after today, there's the second part, which is the short-term rental committee has to answer that question that you just asked, Councillor Weed. And the short-term rental committee will say, well, it needs a zoning amendment. So, but if they say, okay, but they've got the zoning amendment. So now it's on the short-term rental committee to say, answer the question, are we okay with allowing 2 rentals on one property? So it's really there. And this committee today has the opportunity to advance the file, and it advances it to then go back to at least it doesn't have to come back, if you know what I mean. That's the way I think I understand it. So I saw Councillor Armour, you can have a follow-up followed by Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to follow up the fact that we've cost this couple some money already for the zoning amendment. They paid their money, and now we're hanging them out because of maybe short-term rental may not give them a license. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. So I think we just need to deal with the short-term rental, which they paid, or sorry, the zoning amendment, which they paid for. And I'm willing to amend the motion that we approve the zoning change.
If I may, are you your amendment, just whoever's writing that amendment up, are you saying approve outright or with a condition?
It would be a holding provision to require the wildland fire assessment and to implement that through site plan agreement.
Okay.
Or outright approval.
Correct.
Okay, so you have to say, Councillor Armour,
yes.
Are you saying with that
with the holding provision for the fire, and that's all it needs to be said.
Okay, and I see Julie's with us now, and that's brilliant. So are you and I'm over to, do you want to ask a question about that amendment, or are you working on it as I ask other people to speak?
Chair Alcock, I was just going to mention that we would have to pass a motion to suspend the rules to allow for the consideration of a motion, since one wasn't brought forward.
Okay, can you tell me when I need to do that?
Sure. If that's how you choose to proceed, I can definitely craft something and put that up.
Okay, I have a counselor that's willing to move it. Is there anyone who's willing to second it? Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald. So I now I'm going to ask, I'm putting a motion on the table to suspend the rules. Do I need a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Armour. I have a mover and a seconder. Fitzgerald and Armour. And I will call the question. All those in favor of suspending the rules? Okay, so that carries. So we've got that. That's good. So now are you working on the proposed amendment, Julie?
Yes, and if I may, I'll just take a moment just to correspond with Mr. Clark to clarify what language should be in there. Thank you.
Perfect, because I have other councillors asking that. Okay, so Mayor Terziano, you had your hand up.
So we're not actually dealing with an amendment because we don't have a motion. So we're just simply introducing a motion, which is why we suspended the rules, correct?
Right.
So it won't be an amendment, but.
Oh, that's true. I forgot there wasn't a motion. My mistake. Yes.
But
Right.
while staff is working on the wording for that, and I don't want us to get bogged down in this, but when we do go to the licensing committee with this, and probably this is a question for Chris or Kirsten, will we be dealing with it as policy or as each one site specific? Because the thing is as much as the Ox Box is a really neat and cool idea, when somebody has a rental cottage and then they decide they're going to rent their garage for the second unit, and so I know this is a licensing question more than a planning, but will we be dealing with them site specific at licensing, or will it be policy to go with this rezoning?
Kirsten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be site specific and exemption evaluated based on each site that would be requesting multiple or units and accessory structures moving forward. That we wouldn't anticipate that this would be a policy that we could amend with any confidence that it would meet the same provisions as this specific site might.
Okay. All right. Councillor Fitzgerald followed by Councillor Stone, although Councillor Fitzgerald's disappeared. So I'm going straight to Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much. So I do agree that it could be a slippery slope for people that are renting their properties out and say, "Ooh, I can get a box and I can make double my money." It is going to be an issue that's going to come up. So I would like some policy put in place for the short-term rental committee to have some guidance around this, as opposed to having to deal with each one individually. So that's just some information for staff to work on going forward, in my opinion. And I question the need for the fire study. I understand we've got the mapping and everything else, but I agree with the applicant. I'm really not convinced that we need a specific fire study so that they can have a campfire and a barbecue.
Okay, I'm going to thank you for that. Councillor Fitzgerald. Your mute is on, sir.
The mute is on and I left my hand up from the last time. I apologize.
Okay, so you don't, all right, so we're good. All right, we're good. All right, I don't see any other comments, and Julie is conferring with Richard about the new motion. The mayor was quite right. We didn't have a motion, so Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just because Richard's busy, Kirsten, could you comment on this? I understand what Councillor Stone's saying about the fire study, but I also heard Richard loud and clear that this is a sort of standalone building in the bush with a barbecue and a fire pit. And so could you comment further on that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. The way the wildland fire policies are written is that if there's going to be structures that would have human habitation in them in specific areas, that's when we need to address those policies and make sure that we're not, potentially putting people at risk any more than we need to, or any more than we should be. So although the shed, when it was constructed as a shed, was fine in that location because it met zone requirements, as soon as we're changing the use to allow it to be a bunkie or a short-term rental use, then we want to ensure that we're addressing those policies as best we can. So that specific portion of the property is in the high risk area, whereas other areas on the property might not be in the same situation. So there are, there's a barbecue and a fire pit in that location. So we'd want to make sure that those policies could be addressed and so that any risk could be mitigated.
So is this what you just said, Kirsten, are we being consistent with other bunkie applications throughout Muskoka?
So as the zoning bylaw has not been updated yet to address all of the potential impacts through the wildland fire policies that we have, we are taking them as we get them and addressing each site specifically. However, there aren't as many locations in Huntsville that might be considered high risk, but any planning applications that are coming forward when they're looking at changing the use or creating lots or anything like that, we are applying those same policies and asking for that same information to be provided.
Okay, thank you. All right, how are we doing? It must be Richard. I noticed your name. You're back up. Julie, you're back up too, I think. Maybe I'm pressuring them.
Okay, are you going to email me something?
Oops. Hi. We are getting close. Maybe just a minute longer. I've just emailed some language over to Julie, and I think she'll be putting it into the form of a resolution. So just one more minute.
Okay. Hard to imagine we've only dealt with 3 applications, huh? I'm sorry, I'm kidding. Councillor Stone, how was committee this morning?
It was good, actually. There was a little back and forth about the one item for deferral, for denial, which we deferred.
Okay.
Other than that, pretty slick.
You probably had like 100 items in an hour. Councillor Weeb.
Thank you. Really quickly, through you to Chris Nagy, there was one comment from the public saying about it was noisy, that they had some noise issues with the Ox box. Do you have anything on record in terms of people complaints, like actual formal complaints about it? Because if you ask the proponent, it's been great. And then the neighbor had a little bit sort of a different story. So do we have anything through the official?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair, I did go through the records, and it does not look like there was any formal complaints lodged to 454 Markles. So none at this time. But if I can use a plug and encourage anybody that if there are any complaints with short-term rental, if they could reach out to municipal staff, and we can deal with those. So
good. Thank you for that. Aha, look at that. So this motion has been moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that Planning Committee approve zoning bylaw amendment Z07 2021, changing the zoning from a shoreline residential 1 zone to a shoreline residential 1 zone, with an exception to permit a short-term rental accommodation use as an additional permitted accessory use within 18.66 meters square meter private cabin. And further, that the holding provision may be removed and development may proceed upon the Director of Development Services being satisfied that the following has been completed. A wildland fire assessment prepared by a qualified professional in accordance with provincial standards being provided to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville, and any recommendations are implemented through a development agreement.
And perhaps
So-
that should say site plan agreement.
Site plan agreement, thank you. Okay, the movers and seconders, are you comfortable with that? Since that's your amendment, Councillor Armour?
Thank you. It says on there with permitted use of a short-term rental. Is that what it says? Are we that still will have to go
That
through
we're
the
actually
licensing?
permitting,
That'll still have to go through the licensing process for the short-term rental.
yes, yes. So it's just saying that it could be
It
through
could.
zoning, it works. So you're okay with it? Councillor Stone, you had your hand up? No?
It was the same question. It sounded like we were approving 2 rental units on this property, which is not the question.
Not what
we
we're
have here.
doing, right. So is that Richard? Are you comfortable? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's correct. This is only dealing with the principle of use in
Okay.
a private cabin.
All right. Are there any questions or comments regarding this amendment? Or motion, sorry. I did it again. All right, seeing none, I'm calling the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. All right. Thank you all for thoughtful conversation around that. Good conversation. And you know what that means? And thank you to our staff for being so nimble and responding. And with that, that's it. Now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We will now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. If the applicant or their agent wishes to make comments regarding their application, please raise your hand. Oh, this is with regard to our next applications. Raise your hand after the staff presentation with respect to the next part. I'll remember. So with that, Richard, we're moving into our next application, and it is Investix Development Inc.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'll just share my screen so you can see my slides. Okay, and a thumbs up just to let me know you can see that.
Yes, yep.
Okay, so this application, as Chair Alcock mentioned, is Z52 2019, which is a lifting of holding amendment to the zoning bylaw. The subject property is 119 and 195 Town Line Road East. The lands you may be familiar with. We looked at them in December through a application for a site plan agreement. They are 6.85 hectares in size approximately, and they have 65 meters of frontage onto Fairy Lake. The application, this application was submitted to request that the zoning bylaw be amended to remove the holding provision that exists on the property. The removal of the holding symbol is necessary to allow the development contemplated through that site plan application, which was 125/2019, to proceed. The application was conditionally approved in December when you last reviewed it. In this instance, for you, just to remind you, the application is for phase 1 of a 3-phase, deals with phase 1 of a 3-phase development, which includes 58 residential dwelling units in 5 buildings 2 of which are 15-unit stacked townhome buildings, 2 are 12-unit stacked townhome buildings, and 1 is a 4-unit row townhomes building. Ultimately, at build out, the development would consist of 16 buildings and 175 dwelling units in total. So the blacked out area is the area that's subject to the lifting of holding, and it corresponds with the phase 1 lands. Given the age of the original zoning approvals related to these lands, council is the approval authority for the lifting of the holding provision in this instance. More recently, when we put a holding provision on, just like the one we did 5 seconds ago, it is the Director of Development Services who is the approval authority for the lifting of holding. So this is an old one, and council is the approval authority. And the conditions to be fulfilled in order for council to lift the holding were for council to receive notification from the district regarding water and sewer services, and that the sufficient services would be available to service the lands. And 2, that any development in a previous phase would be completed prior to any subsequent phase of development going ahead. And of course, that wouldn't apply in this instance because it's the first phase. So, in anticipation of a servicing agreement being available from the District of Muskoka, we've brought this application forward to help expedite further stages of approvals for this applicant. And the report itself recommends that council pass a bylaw to delegate the authority to lift the holding provision to the Director of Development Services. And prior to exercising that authority, the director must be satisfied that all of the conditions to be fulfilled would indeed be fulfilled. And where things sit with respect to that servicing agreement is that the district is waiting for the infrastructure that runs under Conroy Park to be for an easement to be granted in their favor so that infrastructure could be conveyed over to them. And as you may recall, in April, a resolution was passed to issue a easement in the district's favor. So we are moving forward in that regard. And this application is just to help keep the development moving forward for this proponent. And in terms of the site plan conditions that were approved in December, we are still waiting for those to be fulfilled by the proponent. And I believe that that information is forthcoming too. And I think that's all there is. So I'll stop sharing and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Richard. If Julie wants to put the motion on screen, that's fine, but we do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend to Council to delegate the authority to approve the lifting of the holding provision from the R40717 and C07188 zones to the Director of Development Services or designate once all conditions have been fully satisfied. Are there any questions from committee with respect to this? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries. Thanks, Richard. Look at that. Went right through that one. So we do have one more application, and that is back to you, Richard, with respect to our site plan approval, 05-2021 HTE Brooklyn Concrete Products.
Okay, great. I'll just share my screen. And again, a thumbs up if you can see that.
Yes, yep.
Great. Just checking if you're all still paying attention, which you are. The subject this is site plan application 05-2021, and the proponent is Brooklyn Concrete Products Corp. And the address is 21 Stevenson Road East, not Road 12 East. The lands have an approximate area of 7.8 hectares with 393 meters of frontage on Stevenson Road 12 East. The property is designated rural in the official plan, and the zoning for this property is Rural Special Industrial, or M3. In this instance, the proposal is, sorry, just more on the property itself. The property is flat predominantly within the disturbed area, but does slope up along this treed portion that I'm cursoring over. And there is a warm water creek that traverses the property more or less along the toe of that slope. The lands are developed with the existing facility, which is a concrete stamping facility. And it also contains ancillary buildings, outdoor storage areas, and parking also. The surrounding uses are all rural, and there's also some rural residential uses nearby. The site plan application is to amend the existing site plan agreement to permit a 2,325 meter square industrial building and associated site alterations. The location of the new building is on the sloped portion of the property, and it will be elevated above the existing facility, as shown on the site plan here. The plans also show a new entrance and the location of a new internal access road. It includes product storage setbacks around the perimeter and culvert improvements at the locations where the access road crosses the creek, as well as a stormwater management pond and other stormwater management measures. Official plan policies relating to rural businesses and land use compatibility were considered in relation to this application. Those policies require that adequate vegetative buffering and screening be established along roads to maintain rural character and help address land use compatibility. Official plan policies also highlight the importance of such measures within the Highway 11 corridor, where retention of vegetation and provision of additional vegetative buffers is further encouraged for rural industrial development. So to address these policies, staff has requested that a landscape plan be submitted, and to date, we don't have a landscape plan. So we are going to be working with the applicant on that. As noted in the report, the expansion appears to be set back sufficiently from adjacent sensitive uses, but compatibility of outdoor storage areas located throughout the facility should be addressed through provision of vegetative buffers, berms, and screening or fencing. An environmental impact study was submitted in support of the application to address policies contained in Part B of our official plan, which deal with natural constraints. And through this study, fish habitat was identified in the stream, as well as significant wildlife habitat. And in order to address impacts on these areas or features, mitigation measures were recommended. In addition to the mitigation measures that were recommended in the report, staff are suggesting that the landscape plan look at the watercourses that traverse the property and where feasible, identify where you could have an enhanced vegetative buffer along those. Similar to what we do on shoreline development. This is a headwater to one of those lakes, so we're going to ask for consideration for vegetation along those creeks. and that would enhance water quality and help address stormwater management even further. Site plans submitted in support of this development will require revisions to demonstrate zoning compliance relating to parking. So that is something we'll work on with the applicant. Additionally, MTO staff reviewed the plans against their building and land use permit requirements and requested revisions to address concerns with existing entrance locations, as well as the stormwater management facilities. These revisions will be required prior to final approval. The stormwater management for the proposed development was reviewed and approved by the town, and our operations department supported the required environmental compliance approval application. District comments, which are contained in attachment 4 to the report, indicated no major concerns exist, and comments have been provided from the building department relating to the lack of on-site water for fire suppression, and additional information regarding building design was requested to assist in the assessment of those requirements. No other comments or objections has been received. I did include site photos in the staff report, mainly just to show you what the existing situation is and just to identify what I see as some concerns along the creek on site and things that I would hope I can work with the landowner to address through a landscape plan. So that's all I have for my report. The application appears to conform with the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and staff are recommending approval of the site plan application subject to the conditions to address outstanding matters noted in the report, and any requested revisions that come from agencies like the MTO. So thank you, and that's all I have. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Hey, thanks, Richard. I do have a motion on this one, moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Weed. It is recommended that the Director of Development Services approve site plan application SPA 05-2021 HT, and that the agreement be prepared to the satisfaction of the town, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign any necessary documentation conditional on 1, all final plans and drawings being to the satisfaction of the town and all other commenting agencies. Are there questions from committee? Yes, Councillor Stone.
Two, actually. So the first one is the vegetative buffer along Highway 11. Can you tell me if it's going to be significant trees or just some low bushes? I'm hoping it's some big trees to kind of hide that.
Richard.
I think that would be a topic that we would have to have some back and forward with the proponent on, and also take into consideration the terrain and soil moisture in that area. I do believe that there are potentially some wetlands in that area. So, but it is good to hear that the goal should be substantially sized trees, and we can work on that with the proponent. And I do know that they are here if you wanted to address any questions to them too.
That was simply my point, and I hope everybody heard it, and we would love some big trees there. Quickly, my second point, because it's been a long meeting, the height of the building, you said it's above the other building and it's on a hill. How high up is it going to be?
So in terms of height, or how much more elevated?
Well, the ultimate height, is it going to be way above any trees or not?
No, I don't think it'll come up above tree line. And I believe the, I do note that the planner from Tulloch is here and can answer maybe that question, but I think it would be about 2 meters up the slope is where this would be located, but maybe I could throw it over to Kevin.
Okay, that'd be great. I should have offered the applicant the opportunity to speak to this. My apologies. So Kevin, If you're here and want to respond to that, that would be great. Okay, we can hear you, or can we hear you? We can see you.
I hope so.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Good. Yep.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Worship, and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Jarvis. I'm a senior planner with Tulloch Engineering. I'm based out of Sudbury, and I've been the coordinator of the site plan process, along with Tulloch's own civil engineers, of course, and the other consultants required to put together this application. To directly answer your question regarding topography, the finished floor elevation for the proposed new building is 296.70 meters above sea level. And then the remainder of the property, well, of course, topography does ebb and flow throughout, is around the 294 mark. So you're looking at about 2.5 meters above the elevation at the front of the property.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thorough answer. Are there any other questions? I have a question, and that is, my sense from this is building this new structure to house all of the septic tanks that are currently running along Stevenson Road 12. Is that right, or will they continue to be left there? I see Councillor Fitzgerald is shaking his head. So they won't be there, or they will continue to be stored in the open field along Stevenson Road 12. Okay, I see. Is that Kevin? Can I ask you that?
Yes, thank you. The outdoor storage that is currently on the site is proposed to be continued. And of course, we do look forward to providing that landscaping plan so that we can provide some details as to how we would screen and buffer that, and certainly improve the existing situation that you just saw through some of those pictures that Mr. Clark.
Perfect. Okay, that would be my next comment there, that the landscape plan is really important then.
Yes.
And the comment you said, Richard, at one point you said that could be within a wetland area. On where Councillor Stone was referring to, and maybe a further comment on that would be really appreciated.
Thanks, good question, thanks. All I was saying is it could be, so I wouldn't want to make any promises. I do think that there is some wet areas within along the MTO corridor there, so we would have to take a close look with the proponent.
So we're not agreeing to allow a building that could potentially be within.
No,
right. Okay,
I'm
so
more
that's just
talking about,
something to be aware of, right? Okay.
Yeah, where the trees would be going. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. All right. I must be tired. Are there any other questions? I've read the motion. All those in favor? It carries unanimously. Thank you all, and thank you, Kevin, for being available.
Our thanks to the committee today.
Okay, so with that, we have finished that part. Did anybody have any new business they'd like to discuss? Seeing none, I'm moving on to general information. And Richard, did you want to do a quick verbal update on our community planning permit? It says on the agenda you'd like to. So.
Yes, I will give a quick update. So we have been meeting with our consultant on the drafting of the bylaw. We're having several meetings with them, and we're looking at various sections piece by piece. And we expect to have a bylaw to be able to review in full shortly. There has been delays, and one of the things we're working on with our consultant is to revise our schedule. And we're looking at that with them in detail to ensure that we also incorporate touch points with committee. And I think at our next meeting, we'll be able to give you an updated schedule for this project. I don't know if I have anything else.
Okay, I noticed Councillor Weave had his hand up though.
Thank you. Through you, I just wanted to reiterate some of the concern that I've been getting from a constituent of mine about making sure we address the fencing issue in relation to height and distance, etc. So I want to make sure that that's still on the boilerplate, and we look forward to seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that issue was raised yesterday, Councillor Weeb. So we are continuing to have those discussions.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. All right, with that, I don't need to go to 9.2. Kirsten, you didn't want to speak to staff delegated approvals. So with that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that we do hereby adjourn at 4:58 p.m. All those in favor? It's carried, and it's carried.